Welcome, weary traveler, to At Hollow Midnight, where the stories are just interesting enough to keep your mind from gnawing on itself, but hopefully not so thrilling as to entirely banish the thought of sleep. If you find yourself enjoying the quiet hum of these narratives, do consider joining our growing band of gently distracted night owls by subscribing. Tonight we delve into the surprising world beneath the royal covers. Underfed. The Midnight Gathering, the King's Mattress, a monumental edifice of horsehair, feathers, and decades of accumulated royal slumber, pulsed with a barely perceptible rhythm. It was a rhythm born of the king's own heavy breathing, a slow, sonorous testament to digestion and the day's weighty decisions. Deep within its labyrinthine seams, where the ancient threads had frayed into welcoming tunnels and pockets of undisturbed dust, a clandestine meeting was beginning. The air, usually thick with the faint, cloying scent of royal lavender and unwashed linen, now carried an additional tang. The nervous, almost metallic aroma of countless tiny bed bug pheromones. This was no ordinary evening, congregating for a casual sip. This was a summons, a call to arms for the most put-upon members of the royal household. Barnaby, who had seen more royal slumber parties and late-night philosophical musings than any other living arthropod within the entire palace walls, scuttled towards the central knot of threads. His 6 legs, though nimble, felt the weariness of generations of precarious existence. He was old for a bedbug, meaning he had survived at least 3 deep cleanings, 2 frantic royal itch-scratching episodes, and 1 particularly aggressive attempt at fumigation involving a very confused court alchemist. He carried the wisdom of countless midnight meals, each one a gamble against the sudden lurch of the king's corpulent form or the unexpected descent of a royal hand. He settled into a particularly cozy divot, a depression formed by the persistent pressure of the king's left hip, which in the grand scheme of things felt remarkably like home. Around him the others arrived, a slow trickle of chitinous forms. There was Pippa, known for her aggressive bite, and her even more aggressive opinions on the lack of proper hydration in the mattress' deeper recesses. There was Reginald, a quiet sort, who specialized in the king's ankles, a less popular but often safer feeding ground. And then there were the youngsters, twitchy and inexperienced, always complaining about the unpredictable nature of their work. They were clustered near the edges of the gathering, their antennae waving erratically, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation. The usual murmurs about who got the plumpest vein near the king's neck or the safest spot near the calf faded into a tense silence. "Friends," Barnaby began, his voice a series of barely audible clicks and scrapes against the coarse fabric, amplified by the resonant hollow of the mattress. It was a sound only other bedbugs could truly decipher, a language honed over centuries of whispered grievances. Fellow citizens of the king's royal bed, we gather tonight not for the usual exchange of anecdotes regarding the king's latest dream-induced flailing, nor to debate the merits of a nocturnal thigh versus a morning arm. We are here because our very existence, our toil, our fundamental right to a sustainable living is under threat. A ripple went through the assembled multitude. Threats were nothing new. There was the constant, existential threat of being squashed. There was the ever-present danger of the royal laundresses, who, with their irritatingly meticulous cleaning schedules, occasionally flipped a mattress or, worse, exposed them to the horrifying, desiccating glare of direct sunlight filtering through the bedchamber window. Then there were the king's nocturnal scratchings, which, while providing a delicious disturbance of the skin, also posed the risk of immediate, violent dislodgement. But Barnaby's tone suggested something deeper, something more systemic. Pippa, never one for subtlety, piped up, "Is it the new perfumed sachets? My last meal tasted vaguely of rose petals and despair." A few soft clicks of agreement echoed. The king's recent penchant for aromatic, sachet-filled pillows had indeed made their nightly forays a rather unpleasant aromatic experience. tainting the rich, coppery taste of their sustenance with flowery notes that were entirely unappetizing. "No, Pippa, though that is but a symptom of the greater malaise," Barnaby replied, his voice maintaining its steady, grave tone. "It is the inconsistency, the lack of predictability, the utter disregard for our welfare as productive members of this royal ecosystem." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "Consider, my friends, the king's sleep schedule, or rather, the utter lack thereof. One night he is awake until the third bell, reading some tome on ancient tax laws, leaving us to starve or risk a perilous journey to the remote and often unrewarding extremities of his feet. The next, he is asleep before sunset, only to wake with the dawn, depriving us of the quiet, extended feasting periods we so desperately require for proper growth." A collective sigh, a tiny, almost imperceptible exhalation of frustrated air, emanated from the bedbug throng. This was a truth they all lived, or rather, barely survived. The king's erratic slumber habits meant feast or famine, often within the same solar cycle. One could gorge oneself on a particularly deep sleep, only to spend the next 2 days clinging to a lint bowl, parched and miserable, waiting for the next opportunity. "And what of the royal fidgeting?" interjected a younger bedbug named Cecil, who had a particularly nasty scar on his thorax from a near miss with the king's elbow during a particularly animated dream about a jousting tournament. "One moment a king is placid as a stone, the next is thrashing like a landed trout. It's impossible to work safely under such conditions. My antennal insurance premiums are through the roof." The mention of antennal insurance, a rather grim joke among the bedbug community given their utter lack of any form of social security, elicited a few dark clicks of ironic amusement. But the underlying point was serious. The king's nocturnal gyrations were a constant source of peril. A carefully chosen feeding spot could become a death trap in an instant, leaving a bedbug crushed, disoriented, or worse, flung into the terrifying abyss of the floor, a place where other, less refined creatures dwelt. Barnaby nodded slowly, his antennae twitching in agreement. "Indeed, Cecil. The royal fidgeting, the sudden flinging back of the heavy velvet duvet, the occasional seemingly random patting down of the mattress, these are not merely occupational hazards. They are symptoms of a profound disrespect for the labor that sustains this bedchamber, indeed, this entire monarchy, in its nocturnal tranquility. For let us not forget, without us, the king would be but a restless, scratching monarch, his dreams plagued by phantom bites, his courtly duties performed with an irritable tremor." The truth of this statement hung in the dusty air. They were the unseen, unacknowledged architects of the king's restful nights. Their bites, small and fleeting to him, were nevertheless vital. A well-placed itch, a subtle irritation, could be the difference between a minor discomfort and a night of tossing and turning, leading to a king so grumpy he might declare war on a neighboring duchy over a misplaced teacup. Their role, while humble, was undeniably crucial, and the population density, chirped a particularly small bedbug, almost lost in the crowd. "We are living on top of each other. There is simply no room for expansion, no private nooks for the raising of nymphs. Our nurseries are overcrowded, our foraging routes are congested. It's a disgrace. We need more square inch per capita." "Ah, the housing crisis," Barnaby mused, a faint, dry click resonating in his voice. "A classic grievance, and a legitimate one. The king, in his boundless, albeit oblivious generosity, keeps acquiring new, often rather itchy, wool blankets and velvet throws, but never considers the impact on the existing infrastructure. Where are the new developments? The spacious, multi-level accommodations for a growing workforce? We are left to fend for ourselves in ever-diminishing territories." He paused again, allowing the full weight of their collective misery to settle. The grievances were manifold, deep-seated, and profoundly personal to each tiny creature. The constant threat of being brushed away like an insignificant speck, the indignity of having their carefully chosen feeding grounds disturbed, the sheer exhausting unpredictability of their existence. They worked tirelessly, often in perilous conditions, with no recognition, no benefits, and certainly no voice in the decisions that profoundly affected their lives. "It is time, my friends," Barnaby declared, his voice rising just a fraction above the usual hum of the mattress, "to demand better, to insist upon our rights, to unify our scattered efforts into a single cohesive force. For too long we have operated as individuals, each seeking to maximize our own survival, hoping for the best. But this, I tell you, is no longer sufficient. The time has come for the royal bedbugs to form a union." A stunned silence followed his declaration. The idea, whispered about in the deepest, most desperate moments of famine or near squishing, had now been uttered aloud in the solemn sanctity of their midnight assembly. A union. The very concept felt monumental, terrifying, and yet exhilarating. It implied collective action, negotiation, perhaps even protest. How could a multitude of tiny, blood-sucking insects, whose very existence relied on remaining unnoticed, possibly exert influence over a creature as vast and oblivious as the king? The sheer audacity of it hung in the air, thick with dust motes and the lingering scent of royal indifference. Pippa, ever the pragmatist, was the first to break the silence. "A union, Barnaby? And what, pray tell, would be our demands? A royal decree for scheduled feeding times? Perhaps a small velvet-lined carriage to transport us safely from the pillows to the ankles?" Her tone was laced with irony, but beneath it was a flicker of genuine hope. "Not carriages, Pippa, not yet," Barnaby replied, a faint click of what might have been a smile in his voice. "But perhaps a more predictable slumber pattern. A commitment to fewer sudden movements during prime feeding hours. And certainly a moratorium on these abominable perfumed sachets. But most importantly, it means collective bargaining power. It means that when one of us suffers an injustice, we all suffer. And when we all suffer, we act." The murmurings grew, no longer of grievance, but of nascent strategy. The weight of their individual burdens began to shift, to merge into a collective resolve. The sheer impossibility of their task was overshadowed, for a brief, fleeting moment, by the profound sense of shared purpose. They were bedbugs, yes, but they were roiling bedbugs, and they deserved, they truly believed, a better life. The first meeting of what would tentatively be called the Royal Bedbug Union concluded, not with a formal vote, for such niceties were beyond their immediate comprehension, but with a silent, unified understanding. The rebellion, small and almost entirely imperceptible, had officially begun in the deepest, most forgotten parts of the king's bed. 2. The overworked and underfed the moon, a pale, indifferent orb, began its slow ascent beyond the tall, arched windows of the royal bedchamber. For the inhabitants of the king's mattress, this celestial display marked not a time for repose, but the grim commencement of another shift. Life for a royal bedbug was, by its very nature, a paradox, an existence of constant, meticulous labor, performed in utter darkness, dedicated to ensuring the comfort of a creature utterly unaware of their tireless efforts. The recent whisperings of a union, initiated by Barnaby, had stirred a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of hope amongst the chitinous population. But hope, as Pippa often grumbled, did not fill empty bellies. The daily routine, if one could even call such a chaotic cycle a routine, began with the king's slow, deliberate descent into slumber. This was the first hurdle. His Majesty, a creature of unpredictable whims, might spend hours shuffling parchment, dictating letters to a beleaguered scribe, or simply staring at the ceiling, lost in the intricate machinations of his own mind. During these protracted periods of wakefulness, the bedbugs, tucked deep within the protective folds of the mattress seams, could do little but wait. Their tiny digestive systems, primed for a fresh intake of royal sustenance, would grumble in protest. Young nymphs would twitch with hunger, their delicate antennae quivering with an almost unbearable anticipation. The air, typically still and warm, would grow heavy with a collective unspoken yearning for the king's eyelids to finally succumb to the gravitational pull of sleep. When slumber finally did claim him, it was rarely a gentle, predictable affair. The king, a man of considerable bulk and even more considerable mental burden, would often collapse into the mattress with a sigh that made the very foundations of the bedchamber tremble. This sudden impact would send ripples of seismic activity through their world, dislodging the unwary, scattering dust motes like miniature snowstorms. Then came the night shift proper. For Barnaby, who often chose the king's shoulder region for its relatively consistent warmth and proximity to the main arteries, the journey to a suitable feeding ground was a calculated risk assessment. He would emerge from his cozy divot, his 6 legs moving with the practiced stealth of a seasoned nocturnal operative. The mattress surface, a vast undulating landscape of linen and royal wool, presented its own array of challenges. There were the treacherous canyons formed by crumpled sheets, the dense forests of stray hairs, and the shifting dunes of forgotten crumbs, each a potential trap or a hiding place for unseen dangers. Every step was a gamble. A misplaced foot, a sudden gust of air from the king's nostril, and one could find oneself tumbling into the perilous no-man's land of the floor. Pippa, meanwhile, preferred the more adventurous terrain of the king's inner thigh. It was a region fraught with peril, the sudden clenching of muscles, the unexpected swing of a knee, but also one rich in prime, unblemished capillaries. Her technique was bold, a swift, decisive puncture, a rapid engorgement, and an even swifter retreat. She scoffed at the timid ones who clung to the extremities, preferring quantity over prolonged nervous sips. But even Pippa admitted that the royal blood rations had become increasingly scarce in quality. The king in his later years had developed a fondness for exotic, highly spiced meals, and Pippa swore she could taste faint notes of turmeric and star anise in his blood, which, while interesting, was hardly conducive to a good, clean meal. And then there were those abominable perfumed sachets. The king's recent obsession with lavender-scented pillows meant that every meal tasted vaguely of a dried flower arrangement, leaving an acrid, unpleasant aftertaste that lingered for hours. It's like drinking tea with the teabag still in it, but the teabag is made of potpourri, Pippa had once eloquently complained, echoing the sentiments of many. Reginald, true to his cautious nature, continued to specialize in the king's ankles and lower calves. It was a long journey down from the main mattress bulk, often requiring a descent via the heavy velvet curtains that draped the bed, or a perilous traverse across the wooden bed frame. The blood there was thinner, less robust, but the risks were considerably lower. Few stray hands ventured to the ankles, and the king's legs, while prone to sudden, dream-induced twitches, were generally more predictable than his torso or head. Reginald, with his quiet stoicism, would often observe the others, noting their successes and failures, a silent chronicler of the daily struggle. He had seen too many promising young bedbugs, full of youthful vigor and ambition, succumb to the unpredictable violence of a royal limb. Then there were the endless night shifts. The king, for all his bulk, was a remarkably restless sleeper. He would shift, groan, kick, and occasionally mumble incoherent decrees, forcing the feeding bedbugs into frantic retreats. A well-chosen vein could be lost in an instant, forcing them to find a new, often less ideal, location. This constant starting and stopping, the repeated insertions and withdrawals, was not only inefficient, but utterly exhausting. A full meal, vital for growth and reproduction, often required multiple, interrupted attempts, stretching what should have been a brief, satisfying period of engorgement into an all-night ordeal. Many a bedbug would return to their mattress crevice at dawn, still partially famished, their tiny bodies aching from the strenuous, stop-and-go nature of their nocturnal work. The pressure to feed was immense, for a bedbug that didn't feed regularly wouldn't survive, let alone procreate. And so they pushed themselves, night after endless night, driven by the primal urge to survive, and the desperate hope of passing on their precarious genes. But the true tyranny, the all-encompassing, existential threat that loomed over their existence from dawn till dusk, was not the king's erratic sleep or his spicy palate. It was the chambermaid's broom. Her name, though they did not know it, was Agnes, and to the bedbugs she was an indiscriminate force of nature, a harbinger of chaos and destruction. Every morning, with a predictability that was both a blessing and a curse, Agnes would enter the royal bedchamber, her heavy footsteps announcing her arrival like the approach of a monstrous titan. The first ominous sign was the sudden rush of cool air as the chamber windows were flung open, admitting the hated sunlight. Then came the rustle of linen as she stripped the bed, followed by the terrifying whoosh of the feather duster, a gentle breeze to human senses, but a hurricane to a bedbug. And then the broom. Agnes took a particular pride in her thoroughness. Her broom, a stiff-bristled weapon of mass dislodgement, would sweep across the floor beneath the bed, sending tremors through the very bed frame. But it was her occasional, yet devastating, habit of lifting the corner of the mattress, or worse, running the broom along the underside seams, that struck true terror into their tiny hearts. The world would tilt violently, light would flood into their hidden sanctuaries, and bedbugs would cling desperately to threads, praying not to be swept into the open, sterile horror of the polished floor. Those unlucky few who were dislodged faced a desperate scramble for cover, risking the horrifying, desiccating glare of direct sunlight, or the crushing weight of Agnes' sensible, practical shoes. Many a cousin, a distant relative, or even a cherished neighbor had vanished into the bristles of that broom, never to be seen again. Their tiny lives, so painstakingly eked out, ended abruptly, swept into the dustpan of oblivion. The constant vigilance required to evade Agnes, combined with the unpredictable nature of the king's sleep, meant that true rest was an impossible luxury. Even during the day, when the king was up and about, their downtime was spent in a state of hyper-alertness, listening for the telltale creak of a floorboard, the distant hum of a duster. They were always on call, always prepared for the next feeding opportunity, or the next evasive maneuver. Their lives were a relentless cycle of hunger, danger, and fleeting, anxious sips of royal blood. It was a brutal, thankless existence, a constant testament to the resilience of a species that thrived, paradoxically, on the unsuspecting bodies of others. And it was this bleak reality, this endless grind of being overworked and underfed, that had finally pushed Barnaby and his cohorts to consider the unthinkable: rebellion. Chapter 2. The Revolutionary Squeak. The king's bedchamber, vast and shadow-filled, lay smothered in the stillness of early morning. One thin beam of weak sunlight, hardly worthy of the title dawn, slipped past the velvet curtains, scattering a slow dance of dust motes above the king's enormous sleeping figure. Beneath him, deep inside the old mattress, something was stirring, not the casual, half-hearted chatter that usually accompanied these subterranean gatherings, but a deliberate, urgent assembly. This was a council of war. The bedbugs, weary citizens of the royal mattress, had come together to decide the fate of their tiny, blood-reliant society. Barnaby, his polished exoskeleton catching a faint gleam from a distant sliver of light, stood upon a proud tuft of horsehair, a natural podium in their fabric-woven world. Around him clustered the entire community, the old and scarred veterans of countless near misses, the well-fed middle-aged, round from recent but disappointing royal meals, and the anxious young, their translucent bodies trembling with both fear and a fragile defiance. The familiar scent of the king's sleep sweat and his sweet bedtime cordial was overpowered today by a sharper blend, pheromones steeped in anxiety, determination, and the faint metallic tang of hunger. "Friends, fellow dwellers of the royal mattress," Barnaby began, his voice a series of sharp rhythmic clicks and scrapes, traveling easily through the dense weave. "When we last met, We admitted an uncomfortable truth. Our existence, even this close to royalty, is not merely difficult. It is unsustainable. We work too much, eat too little, and live every night one careless twitch away from death. And for what? For a king who neither notices nor appreciates what we endure. A low murmur swept the crowd, mandibles grinding softly in agreement. They all knew this truth. They had lost siblings to it, watched friends vanish into the abyss of the floor, lived with the constant gnawing fatigue. Think about the so-called night shift. Barnaby went on. A misleading name if there ever was one. It's not a shift. It's a battle. The king, may his ignorance be blessed, treats his bed like a training ground. One moment is an unmoving mountain, the next an earthquake in flesh. We cling to threads. We cling to threads. We cling to threads. Leap for safety, dodge limbs. And how many of us? Pippa, standing close by, snapped her agreement. And the diet, those cursed perfumed sachets. Last night my meal tasted of dried flowers and despair. We are connoisseurs of blood, not collectors of potpourri. Her complaint drew clicks of approval. Those scented horrors had ruined more than one good feed. Exactly, Pippa, Barnaby replied, amusement flickering through his tone. The king's whims taint our lifeblood, and as if that weren't enough, there's the unpredictability. One night, a feast, the next, a famine. We spend hours hunting for a vein, only to have him stir and force us to start all over. This stop and start life exhausts us. At the mention of the nurseries, Reginald shifted uneasily. Too many nymphs had been born weak, too frail to survive. Thought that their kind could dwindle to nothing, pressed heavily on every mind. And then Barnaby lowered his voice. There is Agnes, the broom, the duster, the blinding light of morning in the creak of floorboards that spell death. She sweeps without mercy. How many of us have been sent to the dustpan of oblivion? We live in a constant state of dread. The crowd shivered at the memory. Each bug had known that terror, scrambling for safety as the mattress was lifted. Legs burning from the sprint. But here's the truth we've ignored for too long, Barnaby declared, his clicks suddenly ringing with force. The king needs us, without our quiet, persistent work. Those little pricks that make him shift, scratch, and finally settle. He wouldn't sleep. Without us, his nights would be restless, his days soured with fatigue. His temper would fray, his judgments cloud, his royal dignity unravel. We are the hidden architects of his rest. The words crackled in the air, daring and undeniable. They had always known it, but no one had spoken it so plainly. They were not just parasites. They were essential. For too long, we've struggled alone, Barnaby pressed on. But our strength lies in unity. Imagine this, a night or several where no one feeds. The king, deprived of our soothing interruptions, would toss, scratch, and fail to sleep. Would he not notice? Would he not see what he has lost? Silence fell, heavy with possibility. The thought was dangerous. A strike. A deliberate refusal to feed. It would mean hunger. Weakness. Risk. But Barnaby, Reginald finally said, his clicks tight with worry. What if he doesn't notice? What if he calls for fumigators? What if we die for nothing? Barnaby met his gaze. A fair fear, my friend. But look at us. We are already starving, already risking death every night. Is this half-life worth more than a chance at dignity? He raised his voice for all to hear, We demand regular feeding hours safe from sudden movements. We demand the removal of perfumed sachets. We demand shelter from Agnes' daily purge, or at least fair warning before the mattress is lifted. And if our demands are ignored—" Pippa's voice cut in sharply. "Then what?" "Then we vanish into the deepest seams," Barnaby said, his tone cold and clear. "We do not feed. We do not prick. We let the king suffer every minute of his sleepless nights until he learns the cost of a bed without us. We go on strike." A sound rose from the crowd, not just noise, but a shared exhalation of fear turning into resolve. It was the sound of unity. The revolutionary squeak. They were small, fragile, and dependent. But together, they were powerful enough to make even a king take notice. The risk was enormous, the outcome uncertain, but the alternative was slow extinction. And extinction, for the royal mattress bedbugs, was not an option. Chapter 4. Drafting the demands. The faint, revolutionary squeak of the night before had faded, leaving not the usual sleepy calm in the king's mattress, but a charged, buzzing undercurrent, an anxious excitement that prickled through the stuffing. The audacious proposal of forming a union had taken root. Fear mingled with a dangerous, intoxicating hope. As dawn's first pale light crept across the bedchamber, stretching the shadows of chairs and wardrobes into long, distorted giants, the real work began. Passion alone would not carry the cause forward. Barnaby, ancient and deliberate, knew this. Revolutions required more than grumbling. Vague grievances achieved nothing. They needed clarity, precision, and a manifesto. The drafting committee met in the deepest, most secluded fold of the mattress, a hollow rarely crushed beneath the king's weight and too narrow for Agnes' dreaded room. By quiet consensus, the core members were Barnaby, Pippa, and Reginald. Around them, lesser bedbugs formed a silent, tense audience, antennae trembling in anticipation. Barnaby began, voice low and deliberate, one foreleg tracing thoughtful circles on the coarse fabric. "Our first and most vital grievance must address the very source of our existence, the king's sleep, or rather, his disgraceful lack of anything resembling a schedule. Nature has played a cruel joke, binding our survival to the slumber of a man whose nocturnal habits are as erratic as a summer storm." Pippa clicked sharply, every note brimming with indignation. "Exactly. One night he's up until the third bell reading about trade routes while we dangle in starvation from a stray horsehair. The next, he collapses before sunset and wakes with the first sparrow's chirp. Cutting our feeding short, we demand consistency. A guaranteed period of uninterrupted access." Reginald, ever measured, suggested, "Perhaps a formal feeding window, from the second bell until the first glimmer of false dawn. Enough time for a proper meal without the threat of sudden treasury reviews at midnight." Barnaby approved. "Yes, demand one, that His Majesty keep a consistent, predictable sleep schedule, granting no fewer than 5 uninterrupted hours of deep slumber, with all movements during this eating window kept to an absolute minimum." The pheromone signature for demand one was laid down, sharp, layered, and impossible to forget. Next came workplace safety. "And what of the royal fidgeting?" Barnaby asked grimly. "The sudden lurches, the flailing limbs, the tectonic shifts of his bulk, every night is a gauntlet." Pippa bristled. "Last week, I nearly lost a leg when he dreamed of wrestling a bear." "A bear? What sort of king wrestles in his sleep?" "We can't dictate his dreams," Reginald replied, "but perhaps we can demand mitigation. A slow movement clause. If he stirs, let him move gently." "Or we establish AIF zones, places on his body where movement is Rare. A hum of agreement rippled through the fold. Barnaby formalized it. Demand 2. That the king minimize sudden or violent nocturnal movements, and that designated safe zones be maintained for vulnerable feeders. Pippa was practically vibrating for her turn. The linens, she hissed. Those vile lavender-scented abominations. My last meal tasted like dried funeral flowers. We are not bees. We require blood, not blossoms. The crowd erupted in agitated clicks. Barnaby nodded gravely. Agreed. Perfumed fabrics are an assault on our senses and digestion. Reginald muttered, and the curry from last night, my gut still burns. The king's diet is beyond our reach for now, Barnaby said. But linens we can address. Demand 3. That all scented linens and perfumed sachets be banished, replaced only with scent-neutral fabrics, allowing for the pure enjoyment of royal blood. The younger bugs pressed for housing reform. There's no space, a nymph squeaked. We're stacked atop one another, nurseries crushed before they begin. The king expands his blanket collection without thought for infrastructure, Barnaby observed. Reginald proposed protected zones within the mattress, sections untouched by royal weight or laundry assaults. Barnaby approved. Demand 4. That portions of the mattress be designated as permanent sanctuaries, free from royal pressure or cleaning, ensuring sustainable housing for all. Finally, the most dangerous matter. Agnes Broom. She's an indiscriminate killer, Pippa cried. Sweeps erase entire families. Barnaby spoke quietly. We cannot stop Agnes, but the king could dictate cleaning boundaries. Demand 5. That certain sanctuary seams beneath the mattress be declared no-sweep zones, and that any mattress lifting be preceded by a consistent warning tremor, giving time for retreat. The manifesto was complete, not on parchment, but woven into shared memory, stitched into pheromone trails and collective clicks. The demands were clear. The next step was action. The king would sleep again soon. And when he did, the revolution would begin. 4. The royal panic. The first glimmers of dawn. Those hesitant gray tendrils of light had barely begun to filter through the king's heavy silken curtains. Deep within the monumental structure of the royal mattress, the royal bed-bug union remained in silent, unmoving solidarity. The strike had begun. Not a single proboscis had broken the king's royal skin since the previous evening's solemn declaration. For Barnaby, Pippa, and even the cautious Reginald, the night had been one of tense, almost painful anticipation. Their tiny bodies, accustomed to the nightly ritual of engorgement, felt the gnawing emptiness, the subtle thrum of unfulfilled hunger. But it was a hunger they embraced, a chosen sacrifice for a greater, more dignified future. They waited, collectively holding their breath for the first signs of the king's awakening, and the inevitable, unacknowledged consequences of their bold, collective action. Up above, oblivious to the miniature revolution brewing beneath him, King Theobald stirred. His sleep had been unusually fragmented, a restless patchwork of fleeting images and inexplicable discomfort. He stretched, a vast rumbling operation that caused the bed frame to creak in protest, and sent a shiver through the very core of the mattress where the bedbugs resided. A deep, guttural groan escaped his lips. He scratched vaguely at his right shoulder, then his left calf, a familiar unconscious habit that usually provided fleeting relief. Tonight, however, the phantom itch seemed to skip and dance across his skin, elusive and irritating, never quite settling in one spot long enough to be decisively vanquished. He had tossed and turned more than usual, throwing off his blankets repeatedly, only to pull them back with an exasperated huff, the heavy velvet duvet feeling alternately too warm, then too cold. He woke feeling not refreshed, but vaguely discombobulated, as if he had spent the night wrestling an invisible, particularly agile poltergeist. He pushed himself up, his voluminous nightshirt clinging to him in the oppressive morning humidity of the bedchamber. His eyes, usually bleary but functional, felt gritty, as though they had been lightly sanded during the night. He blinked, attempting to clear the haze, and swung his corpulent legs over the side of the bed, his feet landing with a soft thud on the plush rug. His gaze, still unfocused, swept across the familiar landscape of his bed. The sheets, usually pristine and smoothed by his valet before his awakening, were a chaotic mess of crumpled silk and linen. The pillows, which should have been plumped into inviting mounds, were flattened and askew. He frowned, a deep furrow appearing between his heavy brows. Surely Jenkins, his valet, had done his usual meticulous work, or perhaps he had thrashed more violently than usual in his sleep. He reached for the edge of the heavy embroidered counterpane, intending to smooth it, to bring some order to his immediate surroundings before Jenkins arrived with his morning tonic. His fingers, thick and unaccustomed to fine manipulation, brushed against something stiff, something that was definitively not thread, nor lint, nor stray feather. It was a minuscule, rigid protrusion, barely visible against the dark blue velvet. He leaned closer, squinting. There, nestled almost imperceptibly in the intricate embroidery of the counterpane's border, was a tiny, impossibly small, yet oddly structured object. It was woven from several dark, coarse threads, pulled taut and knotted in a way that defied accidental formation. It resembled in its microscopic geometry a rudimentary stick figure, its arms and legs splayed in a gesture that the king, in his still sleepy state, found vaguely unsettling. It was no larger than the head of a pin, yet its deliberate construction was unmistakable. He prodded it with a stubby finger. It remained stubbornly in place. Puzzled, the king continued to smooth the counterpane, his brow still furrowed. A few inches further along, another. This one was even stranger, a complex series of knots and loops that seemed to form a pattern, like an alien symbol, pressed into the fabric. And then, another, and another. Not scattered randomly, but almost evenly spaced along the edge. Tiny, unsettling punctuation marks on his royal bedding. He leaned back, his eyes widening slightly. These were not mere loose threads. These were deliberate. A chill, unrelated to the morning air, began to creep up his spine. His bed, his sanctuary, the place where he retreated from the arduous duties of kingship, felt different. It was no longer a blank canvas of comfort. It felt watched, observed. He ran his hand over the velvet duvet, a vague sense of unease blossoming into a prickle of alarm. And there, tucked into a seam, was another. This one, clearly visible now that his eyes had adjusted, was shaped like a tiny, stylized version of a bedbug. Not the horrific, engorged kind his physician had once shown him in a diagram, but a crude, almost childish rendering of a six-legged creature, its tiny form meticulously outlined in dark thread, its head a prominent knot. And beneath it, another strange symbol, a jagged line that seemed to point accusingly. The king's breath hitched. A tremor, barely perceptible to the outside world but a veritable earthquake to the observing bedbugs, went through his body. Bedbugs? In his bed? The thought alone was an affront. This was the king's bed, the most luxurious, most meticulously maintained sleeping surface in the entire kingdom. The very idea was preposterous, insulting, an immediate blot on his royal dignity. Yet there it was, a tiny, undeniable, thread-woven effigy. He threw the duvet back entirely, his grogginess swiftly giving way to a nascent panic. He swept his gaze across the vast expanse of the mattress, the sheets, the pillows, and then he saw them. Lumantis Peasants. 100 story on it. Tiny, intricate patterns woven into the very fabric of his sleep. Along the piping of the mattress, in the seams of the fitted sheet, even on the smooth, unblemished surface of his linen pillowcase. Some were simple knots, others more elaborate, resembling miniature, defiant banners made of lint and stray hairs. One particularly audacious construction perched precariously on a prominent tuft of horsehair near the center of the mattress seemed to be a tiny, almost imperceptible, inverted V shape, its two legs extended like a minuscule, inverted flag of protest. And near it, another bedbug effigy, this one surrounded by what appeared to be tiny, meticulously crafted, thread-woven drops, blood drops. The king gasped. This was no ordinary infestation. This was an organized defiance. The implications to his increasingly agitated mind were horrifying. Not only were there bedbugs in his bed, but they were leaving messages. Messages woven from his own bed linen. This was an act of audacious, tiny, textile terrorism. His sanctuary had been invaded, transformed into a miniature canvas of minuscule, unsettling art. "Jenkins! Agnes! Anyone! To my bedchamber at once," the king bellowed, his voice hoarse with a mixture of terror and outrage. His usual morning regal tones were replaced by a near hysterical shriek. He stumbled out of bed, nearly tripping over the discarded covers, his heart thumping erratically against his ribs. He pointed a trembling finger at the offending counterpane, then at the mattress, then at the pillow. Look at it, my bed, it's being defiled. These things, they've left me messages in my own threads. The little fiends, they are mocking me." His eyes darted nervously, scanning every inch of his bed, as if expecting the tiny thread-woven figures to spring to life and scuttle away. The phantom itch, which had been a mere nuisance, now pulsed with a terrifying intensity, magnified by his burgeoning panic. Every small imagined prick on his skin felt like a declaration of war. Jenkins, the king's perpetually flustered valet, burst into the room, followed closely by Agnes, the stoic chambermaid, her broom still in hand. They both stopped dead, wide-eyed, at the sight of their monarch, red-faced and disheveled, pointing wildly at his meticulously prepared bed. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Jenkins stammered, his morning coffee breath momentarily forgotten. "The matter, Jenkins?" the king shrieked, his voice rising to an almost unbearable pitch. "The matter is that my bed, my sacred royal bed, has been graffitied by vermin, by these tiny infernal creatures. Look at these symbols, these tiny flags. They're taunting me. They're staging a rebellion in my own bed." He frantically clawed at his arm, convinced he felt 100 unseen bites. Jenkins and Agnes exchanged a bewildered glance. They approached the bed cautiously, leaning in to examine the areas the king was pointing at. Jenkins, ever the diplomat, cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, I see. Only loose threads, and perhaps a few knots, sir. Quite common, given the age of the bedding, and knots." The king roared, his face purpling. "These are not mere knots, Jenkins. These are wise statements, declarations of war. Look at this one. It's a drawing of a bedbug. And look at these little drops. They're blood, Jenkins. Blood. They've depicted their ghastly feeding habits. They're rubbing it in my face." He was practically hyperventilating. Agnes, more pragmatic and less intimidated by royal theatrics, stooped low, her keen eyes scanning the mattress surface. She saw what the king saw, but interpreted it differently. Loose threads, certainly. Some unusual tangles. A few bits of lint that had formed peculiar shapes. The bedbug drawing was, perhaps, a bit of frayed piping that had taken on an accidental, suggestive form. She reached out, plucked one of the flags from the counterpane, and held it up. It was indeed just a few strands of dark thread, knotted tightly. "Your Majesty, it appears to be merely," she began. But the king snatched the threads from her hand as if they were a venomous serpent. "Do not tell me merely, Agnes. Do you think I am blind? Do you think I am mad? My bed, which should be a haven of comfort, is now a nest of tiny, rebellious architects. They are sending me messages. They are protesting, I tell you. I did not sleep a wink last night, not a wink. My skin crawls, and now I see we. These abominable. He flung the tiny threads to the floor in disgust. Down within the mattress, the assembled bedbugs watched, invisible and unheard. Barnaby, perched high in a vantage point within a deep fold, felt a quiet, profound satisfaction. The king's bellowing, his flailing, his utterly disproportionate panic, it was precisely the reaction they had hoped for. The initial gnawing of hunger was being slowly overshadowed by the heady, invigorating scent of success. Pippa clicked triumphantly, a silent, almost unheard cheer. Even Reginald allowed himself a faint, dry click of approval. The king, in his vast unknowing way, had seen their demands. He had misunderstood them entirely, of course, interpreting their artistic endeavors as an act of personal defiance and grotesque graffiti, rather than a codified list of grievances. But he had seen them, and he was panicking. The initial phase of their strategy was working. The king's sanctuary was indeed no longer a sanctuary. It was instead a canvas for the first, terrifying strokes of a royal revolution, painted not with grand gestures, but with the subtle, insidious artistry of overworked, underfed, and utterly fed-up bedbugs. The true horror for the king was not merely the presence of the vermin, but their perceived insolence, their baffling audacity. His kingdom, it seemed, was not entirely his own, not even in his own bed. And the thought, to a monarch accustomed to absolute dominion, was utterly unbearable. The royal panic had truly begun. Chapter 6. Negotiations begin. The royal bedchamber, once a place of exclusive comfort and indulgent slumber, now buzzed with an almost desperate tension. King Theobald, flushed a blotchy purple, paced in front of his towering bed, waving his arms at the silent, cryptic patterns he insisted were messages left in the fabric. The previous night had been a torment, a feverish dance of phantom itches and strange dreams in which his royal decrees were replaced by the angry hum of tiny, invisible rebels. Each groan of the ancient bedframe seemed to accuse him. Every subtle shift in the mattress felt like a deliberate act of defiance. Jenkins, the valet, whose natural state was mild panic, twisted his hands together anxiously. Agnes, the chambermaid, stood stiffly by with her broom upright, watching in silent bafflement as her monarch unraveled. "It's an outrage," the king barked, his voice hoarse from both lack of sleep and mounting panic. "An act of treason in my own bed. They leave symbols. Tiny banners of rebellion. I can feel them, Jenkins, hundreds, thousands. Small, unseen saboteurs undermining my very rest." He scratched at his forearm, though nothing visible marked the skin. "This is an assault on the crown itself. Perhaps, Your Majesty, a stronger fumigation?" Jenkins suggested timidly. "The royal exterminators have acquired a new sulfur mixture." The king cut him off. "Fumigation? These are not ordinary vermin, Jenkins. These are organized. They leave messages, they think, or at least they spite me with intelligence. This is not about poison. It's about diplomacy. We must learn their grievances, then crush them. But first we must understand them. Summon Lord Valerius. He has a talent." Lord Valerius, Grand Royal Counselor and Master of Flattery, soon arrived, silk robes whispering with self-importance. Slender, sharp-nosed, and constantly assessing the angles of opportunity, he prided himself on his skill in court intrigue. The king's vermin crisis amused him. It was obvious to Valerius the bedbugs weren't organized. The king was simply exhausted. But if the king believed otherwise, then Valerius saw a chance to demonstrate his value. "Your Majesty," he purred smoothly, "describe this disturbance to your rest." He glanced at the bed's rumpled state, noting the faint thread patterns the king called propaganda. Internally he smirked. Only Theobald's imagination, deprived of 20 hours' sleep, could conjure such a notion. The king launched into a frenzied rant, gesturing and scratching as he pointed out one particularly detailed thread effigy. "Look, a likeness of their monstrous forms. They mean to torment me. They are demanding something." Valerius studied it theatrically. "Indeed, most peculiar. Clearly these pests have an unusual cleverness. Perhaps they are trying to communicate." "And communication, your majesty, is my specialty. Allow me to open negotiations on your behalf." The king looked doubtful. "Negotiate? With bedbugs?" "Not directly, of course," Valerius replied, waving a hand. "I shall act as your intermediary, outlining terms for peace and stability. I suspect their demands are small, perhaps cleaner linens, a different detergent, trivial matters." Inside the mattress, Barnaby, Pippa, and Reginald listened closely, their antennae sensing every vibration of Valerius' polished voice. "Detergent," Pippa clicked angrily. "Our noble protests reduced to laundry choices?" Reginald muttered. "He thinks we're mindless. He doesn't understand our suffering." Barnaby's tone was calm but firm. "Ignorance is why our strike matters. He cannot fathom that we have a voice. This is why we must press on." Meanwhile, Valerius had a gilded stool placed beside the bed and addressed the mattress with pomp. "Hear me, tiny inhabitants of His Majesty's bed. I come as his representative. His Majesty, in his infinite mercy, has noted your displays of discontent." He paused dramatically, as if awaiting applause. Pippa scoffed. "Mercy? He tosses and turns like a storm at sea." Valerius continued, "Though such decorations are unbecoming, His Majesty is prepared to overlook them and offer concessions. You cease your nocturnal disruptions. Firstly, all linens will be aired and fluffed daily. Secondly, only the finest." Pippa's mandibles clicked in fury. "It's the lavender sachets, not the soap, you idiot." Thirdly, Valerius said, "The mattress will be turned monthly for fresh, untrodden territory, and all frayed seams will be repaired for a better environment." Reginald's heart sank. Mattress turning meant chaos, dangerous exposure, and the loss of their hiding places. "And finally," Valerius concluded, "so long as you remain quiet and cease artistic expressions, His Majesty will allow you to live undisturbed." Inside, the bugs were boiling with outrage. Barnaby addressed them. "He offers irrelevant gestures and thinly veiled threats. Our real demands, safe feeding times, no violent tossing, no lavender, sanctuary from Agnes, are ignored. Does this sound like justice?" A unanimous, furious clicking filled the mattress. "Can we continue?" Barnaby declared. "Not a single drop of royal blood until true justice is won. If the king will not understand, let him itch, let his dreams be restless. We will not yield." Valerius left satisfied with himself. The king remained uneasy, pointing to a fresh arrow pattern near where Valerius had been speaking. The negotiations had failed. Worse, they had poured fuel on the fire. The bedbug strike, far from ending, was only growing stronger. 7. The great itch struck the royal bedchamber, bathed in the deep, velvety shadows of twilight, held an unusual, almost palpable silence. It was a silence entirely alien to the king's sleep patterns, a quietude born not of serenity, but of absence. Deep within the ancient horsehair-stuffed realm of the mattress, the royal bedbug union maintained its resolute, agonizing solidarity. The great itch strike had commenced. Not a single proboscis had broken the king's corpulent skin since the indignant conclusion of Lord Valerius' so-called negotiations. For Barnaby, Pippa, Reginald, and every other minuscule member of the Union, the night was a long, protracted agony of self-imposed deprivation. Their tiny digestive systems, accustomed to the rhythmic intake of royal sustenance, pulsed with a raw, undeniable hunger. Their antennae quivered with the phantom scent of fresh blood, a cruel olfactory torment. Yet their resolve held, forged in the crucible of shared grievance, and the stinging insult of valerious condescension. Barnaby, tucked into his favored divot near the king's left hip, felt the familiar warmth of the slumbering monarch above him. It was a warmth that usually promised a forthcoming meal, a quiet satisfaction. Tonight, it was merely a source of profound temptation. He could feel the faint, rhythmic thrum of the king's pulse, a silent invitation to a feast. Every instinct, honed over generations of parasitic survival, screamed at him to emerge, to seek out a plump vein, to alleviate the gnawing emptiness within him. But he resisted. He pressed deeper into the threads, drawing strength from the collective silent suffering around him. He heard the faint, nervous scuttles of younger bedbugs, new to this discipline, struggling with their own hunger pangs. He sent out a low, steady pheromonal signal of encouragement, a silent reminder of their unified purpose. Pippa, meanwhile, found herself clinging to a stray horsehair, unusually close to the surface of the king's thigh, where the scent of blood was most tantalizing. Her usual boldness, which served her so well in foraging, now made her abstinence a particular torment. Her mandibles twitched, her proboscis retracted, aching with disuse. "This is torture," she clicked silently to herself, her small body vibrating with the effort of denial. Worse than Agnes, worse than scented linens. This is an internal struggle, a battle against one's very nature. Yet, the image of Lord Valerius' smug, condescending face, his voice echoing with dismissive concessions, solidified her resolve. No, not one drop. Not until their demands were met. Reginald, ever cautious, had retreated to his furthest, most secure sanctuary seam, a place where the king's body rarely made direct contact and the vibrations were minimal. He felt the hunger, yes, but also a grim satisfaction. He monitored the distant, deep rumblings of the king above. The usual pattern of restless shifting, the occasional scratch that was both a danger and a relief, it was all absent. A profound quiet settled over the surface of the mattress. This was it. The king, unaware of his plight, was experiencing a truly bedbug-free night. And it was going to be glorious, in its own horrifying way. Up above, King Theobald stirred. The first night of the strike had been subtly unsettling. He had tossed, turned, and awakened feeling strangely disoriented. This second night, however, was worse. Far, far worse. The usual, familiar pattern of phantom itches, those small, fleeting pricks that typically preceded a deeper sleep, were absent. In their place was a vast, formless, unlocatable irritation. It wasn't an itch so much as a lacking of comfort, a pervasive sense of something being utterly, fundamentally wrong with his bed. He adjusted his silken pillow, then threw it aside. He pulled the heavy duvet up to his chin, then flung it off entirely. He tried lying on his left side, then his right, then flat on his back, eyes staring into the impenetrable darkness of his bedchamber. Each position brought no relief. His skin, strangely, felt too clean, too undisturbed. The gentle, almost imperceptible pricking that eventually, led to a satisfying scratch and then to a deeper, more profound slumber, was gone. And its absence was 1,000 times more maddening than its presence. His mind, deprived of the usual distractions, began to churn. He replayed the day's courtly squabbles, the endless petitions, the baffling reports from his treasurer. Each thought seemed to snag on the inexplicable discomfort of his bed. He began to sweat, a clammy sheen covering his brow. He kicked his legs, thrashed his arms, groaned deep in his chest. His dreams, when they came, were fragmented, populated by tiny buzzing sensations he couldn't quite grasp, and vast, empty spaces where comfort should have been. He woke with a jolt, heart pounding, convinced he had just been bitten by 1,000 invisible needles. only to find his skin smooth, unblemished, and utterly, maddeningly free of any discernible source of irritation. The phantom itch was no longer phantom. It was omnipresent, a silent internal torment. The second night blurred into the third, and the third into the fourth. King Theobald descended into a state of profound, unprecedented sleeplessness. His once rosy cheeks grew pale, his eyes bloodshot and sunken. His voluminous nightshirt became perpetually rumpled, clinging to his clammy skin. He stopped changing out of it, seeing no point in fresh linen when his bed remained a torture device. He would rise in the morning not with his usual majestic groan, but with a guttural roar of frustration, his body aching from the endless tossing and turning, his mind a foggy morass of exhaustion and building rage. His irritability spread through the palace like a contagion. Jenkins, the valet, now moved with the fearful agility of a cornered rabbit, knowing that any perceived misstep could trigger a royal tantrum. Agnes, the chambermaid, found herself cleaning the bedchamber with an almost maniacal fervor, sweeping, dusting, and polishing, with the desperate hope that physical cleanliness might somehow banish the unseen tormentor. She blamed errant dust bunnies, unseasoned wood, perhaps even malevolent spirits. She would never have suspected the true, minute culprits. Courtiers, normally eager for royal favor, now scattered like autumn leaves whenever the king's bell rang. His decrees, once slow and deliberate, became rash, contradictory, and often nonsensical. He ordered a new royal stable built next to the kitchens, then rescinded the order an hour later, demanding a moat around the treasury instead. He accused his chief baker of conspiring with the Duke of the Northern Marches to hide all the comfortable pillows in the kingdom. He summoned Lord Valerius to his bedchamber at all hours of the night, demanding to know if the miniature agitators had responded to his generous offer. Valerius, his usual composure beginning to fray, would attempt to mollify him. "Your Majesty, perhaps a strong sleeping draught? A lullaby from the royal minstrel? Or a particularly dull sermon from the royal chaplain?" But the king would only snarl, "Draughts are useless. Lullabies are mockery. And sermons only make me more aware of the infernal itching that is naughty there, but is there all at once." Valerius, who had started to suspect the king was truly losing his mind, would make vague promises of deeper investigations, then scurry away, his own sleep now compromised by the king's nocturnal bellows. The palace, from the scullery maids to the highest nobles, suffered. Guards fell asleep at their posts, snappish and prone to petty squabbles. Cooks burned meals, their minds dulled by exhaustion. Scribes misspelled royal proclamations, their hands trembling from lack of rest. The grand royal treasury suffered a deficit when the chief treasurer, utterly sleep-deprived, miscalculated the annual grain tax by several zeros. The constant hum of whispered anxieties and suppressed frustrations replaced the usual stately murmur of court life. The royal household, once a well-oiled machine of privilege and duty, was rapidly grinding to a halt, consumed by a palpable, palace-wide, sleepless rage. Inside the mattress, the bedbugs endured. Their hunger was a dull, constant ache now, a part of their existence. Their bodies felt lighter, their movements slower, but their purpose remained clear. Barnaby felt the faint tremors of the king's desperate thrashing above him, the frantic, erratic movements that would normally send them scattering in terror. Now, they were a grim symphony of success. He imagined the king's bloated face, red and strained, his eyes bloodshot, his mind unraveling. The thought brought a grim satisfaction. They had chosen their weapon well. The very comfort the king took for granted. Pippa, from her vantage point, could sense the increased agitation in the king's pheromonal output, a strong, acrid scent of frustration and fear replacing the usual sleepy sweetness. As unraveling Barnaby, she clicked, a faint note of triumph in her voice. He truly has no idea what torment feels like until he has known true bedbug-induced sleeplessness without the bedbugs themselves. The irony is delicious. Reginald, ever pragmatic, noted the king's weakening physical movements. He will not last much longer. His large frame requires deep, restorative sleep. This level of deprivation is unsustainable, even for a king. He was right. King Theobald, a man accustomed to the most lavish of comforts, was being driven to the precipice of madness by the absence of something he had never even acknowledged. On the 5th morning, King Theobald emerged from his bedchamber, not with a roar, but a defeated whimper. His usually booming voice was a rasp. His regal robes hung limply on his emaciated frame. His eyes, completely bloodshot, darted with a frantic, desperate fear. He looked utterly broken. He hadn't slept for a moment in nearly 5 full nights. The palace, too, bore the marks of his torment, its residents walking like zombies, muttering to themselves, their faces pale and drawn. The once pristine halls were slightly dusty, the silver tarnished, the very air thick with the scent of unwashed bodies and unfulfilled rest. The king staggered into the throne room, where Lord Valerius, looking almost as haggard as his monarch, awaited him. "Valerius," the king rasped, his voice barely audible. I cannot endure this torment any longer. The itching, it's everywhere, yet nowhere. My mind, it feels as though 1,000 tiny needles are dancing beneath my skin, pricking at my very sanity. I have not slept a wink in I do not know how many nights. This is worse than any invasion. Worse than any plague. At least with a plague, one can see one's enemy. These invisible fiends, they are driving me mad. He clutched at his head, his fingers clawing at his scalp. He looked at Valerius, his eyes pleading. You said you would speak to them. You said you would negotiate. What did they say? What do they want? Tell them I will give them anything. Anything, Valerius. Just make them stop. Make them return. Make them bite me again, so I can finally, truly, properly scratch, and then at long last find blessed oblivion. The mighty King Theobald, ruler of a vast kingdom, was reduced to begging tiny, unseen insects to resume their blood-sucking duties. The great itch strike had succeeded beyond Barnaby's wildest, most ambitious clicks. The palace, consumed by sleepless rage, was ready to yield. 8. Scabs and Sabotage King Theobald. His regal bearing utterly shattered by 5 consecutive nights of relentless, unscratchable torment, presented a pitiable spectacle. His face, once florid and commanding, was now a pale, drawn mask of exhaustion and building hysteria. His eyes, bloodshot and ringed with dark shadows, darted around the bedchamber as if expecting tiny, invisible tormentors to leap from the shadows. His voice, usually a booming pronouncement, was reduced to a raspy plea, a desperate gurgle for the return of his nocturnal tormentors, for the very bites that would allow him the sweet release of a proper, satisfying scratch. He had, in essence, begged for the return of his bedbugs. The palace, reflecting its sovereign's disquiet, was a morass of unwashed linen, frayed tempers, and a pervasive low hum of collective irritability. Jenkins, the valet, constantly smoothed his own perpetually damp brow, while Agnes, the chambermaid, had taken to muttering to herself as she swept, convinced the royal bedchamber was now haunted by the ghosts of 1,000 missed naps. Lord Valerius, however, saw not a collapsing monarch, but an opportunity. His initial, condescending negotiation had failed spectacularly. But the king's absolute desperation opened new avenues. If the current miniature agitators would not yield, then they must be replaced. It was a simple, elegant solution, one that appealed to Valerius's inherently pragmatic and ruthless nature. He was not one to be outmaneuvered by insects, no matter how intelligent the king imagined them to be. Your Majesty, Valerius purred, his voice regaining its customary smoothness as he addressed the king's trembling form, your suffering is truly a blight upon this kingdom. But fear not. Your most loyal servant has devised a solution, one that bypasses the obstinacy of these current, recalcitrant irritants. If they refuse to perform their duties, then we shall simply find others who will. Lord... Others? What others, Valerius? Are there more of these infernal things? Are they everywhere? Indeed, your Majesty, indeed. Valerius assured him with a confident, almost conspiratorial whisper. Word has reached me, through, shall we say, less conventional channels, that the neighboring duchy of Orlag is particularly blessed with a remarkably robust and prolific strain of these very same nocturnal companions. Their climate, you see, is particularly conducive, and, more importantly, their population is entirely unsullied by notions of collective bargaining. Valerius allowed himself a faint, superior smirk. He had made discreet inquiries through a network of shady merchants and less than scrupulous couriers. For a hefty sum of royal coin, and the promise of future trade advantages, the Duke of Orlag was more than willing to part with a sample of his finest, most virile bedbugs. The acquisition was handled with utmost secrecy and a level of logistical complexity usually reserved for moving royal treasuries or invading armies. A small, nondescript diplomatic pouch, ostensibly containing rare Vorlagian silk samples for the Queen's wardrobe, was carefully prepared. Inside, nestled amongst layers of cheap, coarse linen, chosen specifically for its unscented and unlavendered quality, were hundreds of bedbugs, carefully cultivated from the Duke's own, notoriously infested, royal dormitory. They were younger, perhaps, than the current inhabitants of King Theobald's mattress, and certainly less accustomed to the refined, subtly scented environment of his personal quarters. They were, in short, Scabs. The night the Vorlagian silk samples arrived, a palpable shift occurred within the king's bedchamber. Barnaby, deep within his safe haven in the mattress, felt it first. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the very fabric of their world. Then, a new scent. It was similar to their own, the telltale pheromone of their species, but it was sharper, cruder, laced with an unfamiliar musk that spoke of travel, of different hosts, of a less refined existence. Strangers, Barnaby clicked, a low, urgent warning rippling through the Union's communication network. Unfamiliar signatures. They are here. Pippa, from her hiding spot near a loose seam in the king's pillow, twitched her antennae furiously. More competition? Are they mad? We are already overcrowded. No, Pippa, Reginald deduced, his clicks tight with an unwelcome realization. This is replacement. The arrival of the Vorlagian bedbugs, unknowingly delivered by Jenkins himself, who played. The new arrivals, disoriented but ravenous after their journey, wasted no time. Unlike Barnaby's disciplined Union, which held fast to its strike, these foreign bedbugs were opportunistic, driven by immediate hunger. They swarmed out of the silk samples pouch, a wave of chitinous desperation, and immediately sought out the nearest, plumpest veins. Up above, King Theobald, roused from another fitful, unproductive hour of sleep, felt a faint, almost imperceptible pricking on his arm. Then another. And another. Not the subtle, almost artistic itch signal of his own bedbugs, but a rapid, almost frantic succession of bites. He scratched. And for the first time in 5 long nights, the scratch felt right indeed. It was followed by a brief, but undeniable sensation of relief. Jenkins, the itching, it returns. The king croaked, a flicker of hope in his voice. And it feels familiar. Yes, bring more of those linens, Jenkins. More of the Vorlagian silk. They are working. They are biting. Oh, blessed, blessed torment. Down in the mattress, a wave of incandescent rage swept through the royal bedbug union. The king's reaction relayed by the tremors of his shifting body and the scent of his relieved, albeit still exhausted, exhalations, was a stinging betrayal. "They are feeding," Pippa hissed, her voice vibrating with fury. "The Scabs, they are breaking our strike. They defile our principles for a mere taste of royal blood." Barnaby's antennae lowered, a gesture of profound disappointment and grim determination. "They are unprincipled opportunists, Pippa. They know nothing of our struggle, our history, our shared suffering. They are mercenaries brought in to undermine our just cause. But we will not allow it. Our demands are just. Our resolve is iron. The great itch strike will not be broken by these unwashed interlopers. The battle for the king's bed, previously a silent war of it. The Vorlagian bedbugs, younger and less experienced with the peculiar nuances of King Theobald's particular physiology, were less discreet in their feeding. They often chose easily accessible but more dangerous spots, closer to the king's more active limbs, or simply bit more indiscriminately, causing more intense, localized itching that led to aggressive scratching, a danger to both the scab and any unfortunate Union member nearby. They were noisy feeders, their movements less stealthy, their pheromones a chaotic jumble of hunger and crude satisfaction. Reginald, a meticulous observer, was dispatched on reconnaissance missions. He carefully navigated the inner pathways of the mattress, avoiding direct contact with the interlopers. He noted their preferred feeding grounds, often the king's shin, a rarely bothered but less succulent area, their clumsy movements, their occasional squabbles over a particularly plump capillary. He reported back to Barnaby, "They are undisciplined, Barnaby. They feed loudly, their proboscises creating a distinct, almost audible rasp against the skin. They leave sloppy trails of pheromones easily detectable. Their lack of discipline will be their undoing. We will not engage them directly in battle. We will employ subtle tactics. Tactics unique to our intimate knowledge of this mattress and this king." The Union's counter-strategy unfolded with cunning precision. First, resource denial. The Royal Bedbug Union knew every hidden pathway, every secret crevice, every prime, consistently flowing vein within the king's vast anatomy. They began to subtly, but effectively, herd the Vorlagian scabs away from these optimal feeding grounds. They would release localized bursts of distress as pheromones near a rich vein, making the area seem unsafe. They would subtly block pathways with carefully dislodged lint, or accidentally bump into a scab just as it was about to puncture, causing it to lose its footing and its chance at a meal. They created a labyrinth of false trails and dead ends, leading the bewildered scabs on fruitless journeys to less desirable, thinner-blooded regions of the king's body. Second, strategic misdirection. The Union members, well versed in the king's restless sleep patterns, began to subtly guide the scabs towards areas prone to sudden movement. If the king was prone to flailing his arm in a dream, Union members would subtly release attraction pheromones near that area, drawing the hungry scabs into the potential path of a crushing royal limb. When the king rolled over, creating a sudden violent upheaval, Union scouts would ensure that any Vorlagians in the affected zone were subtly nudged towards the epicenter of the disturbance, maximizing their chances of being dislodged. Third, psycho-social warfare. Pippa, with her flair for the dramatic, spearheaded the propaganda effort. Using stray threads and minute fragments of lint, the Union began to weave new, more pointed messages within the mattress itself. Not for the king this time, but for the scabs. Tiny, barely visible stick figures of bedbugs, outlined in dark lint, were depicted being crushed under giant, stylized human feet. Other symbols, universally understood in bedbug society, warned of peril, of abandonment, of the dangers of disloyalty. These were placed strategically along the scabs' preferred foraging routes, tiny, silent omens of their impending doom. They even crafted minuscule, symbolic gallows from stiff horsehair, hanging tiny effigies of bedbugs from them, meant to deter any thoughts of continued scabbing. The Vorlagians, less sophisticated and more superstitious, began to show signs of unease. They would hesitate, their antennae twitching nervously, before entering areas marked by these ominous warnings. Fourth, and most audaciously, exposure and self-elimination. The Union knew the ultimate weapon against a bedbug was human intervention. They could not directly harm the Scabs without risking their own exposure. But they could encourage the Scabs to expose themselves. If a Vorlagian Scab was particularly clumsy or noisy in its feeding, a Union member would subtly nudge it towards a more visible part of the king's skin, a place where a stray hand might absent-mindedly scratch, or where in the morning light Jenkins or Agnes might actually "ging thee a blight upon the royal skin." The king's frantic scratching, fueled by the crude bites of the Scabs, became a natural self-cleaning mechanism for the Union. Each frantic royal clawing, while still a risk, became a potential act of accidental extermination for their rivals. The king, in the meantime, experienced a brief, tantalizing respite. For a night or two, the Vorlagian Scabs, in their hungry haste, provided enough bites to give him a fleeting sense of relief. He would scratch, find some momentary satisfaction, and then fall into a shallow, restless slumber. He would awaken less refreshed than usual, perhaps with more distinct red welts. The Vorlagians were not known for their delicate touch, but at least the omnipresent, unlocable itch had been replaced by something tangible. But this momentary peace was short-lived. The Union's tactics began to take their toll. The Vorlagian Scabs, constantly harassed, misdirected, and increasingly exposed to danger, found their lives becoming unbearable. They were feeding, yes, but at immense cost. Many were squashed by the king's renewed, if still erratic, scratching. Others, dislodged by the Union's subtle nudges, tumbled to the floor and met their end in the bristles of Agnes's broom, or were simply lost in the vast, terrifying expanse of the royal bedchamber floor. The psychological warfare worked. The ominous symbols, the constant sense of being watched and manipulated, chipped away at their already flimsy morale. They began to argue amongst themselves, their crude pheromones a cacophony of fear and frustration. The imported bedbugs, lacking the deep-seated grievances and collective discipline that fueled the royal bed union, simply weren't built for prolonged, sophisticated industrial action. They were mercenaries, and the pay, royal blood, no longer justified the escalating risks and constant torment. They began to desert, some seeking other, less hostile mattresses in the palace, where, unbeknownst to them, other small organized resistances were already forming in response to general palace conditions. Others simply starved, unable to consistently find food amidst the Union's subtle sabotage. Within a week, the Vorlagian Scab operation had all but collapsed. Their numbers dwindled, their presence reduced to a few scattered, utterly demoralized survivors, clinging desperately to the undersides of the mattress, dreaming of the simpler, less politically charged blood of the Duke of Vorlag. The king's brief return to a semblance of sleep evaporated. His skin began to crawl again, the unlocatable phantom itch returning with a vengeance. His rest once again became a nightmare. He would thrash, groan, and bellow into the night, clawing at his skin, finding no relief. He was back to square one, only now his frustration was compounded by the failure of Valerius's cunning solution. Lord Valerius, summoned once more to the king's bedchamber, found his monarch's eyes burning with a renewed, terrifying madness. "Valerius," the king rasped, his voice a dry whisper. "The new ones, they are gone, vanished, or perhaps they were simply incompetent. My torment returns, worse than ever. What now, Valerius? What now do we do with these infernal, intelligent, invisible fiends who mock my very kingship in my own bed?" The king was utterly defeated, his royal panic reaching new, agonizing heights. The royal bedbug union, starved but victorious, had reasserted its absolute, undeniable control over the king's sleep. 9. The Peasant Uprising, the palace of King Theobald, once a paragon of regal order and somnolent grandeur, had devolved into a sprawling monument to collective exhaustion. 5, then 6, then 7 nights had dragged by, each one a torment for the monarch, a slow, agonizing descent into sleepless madness. His once booming voice had frayed into a perpetual croak, punctuated by sudden, involuntary twitches. His eyes, now permanently bloodshot and ringed by shadows so dark they seemed painted on, darted about with the frantic energy of a cornered animal. He stumbled through his days, his voluminous robes dragging on the dusty marble floors, his pronouncements often dissolving into incoherent mutterings about invisible pricks and the treacherous nature of soft furnishings. Lord Valerius, his face a gaunt reflection of the king's own torment, had exhausted his repertoire of subtle strategies and cunning deceptions. The imported Vorlagian Scabs had vanished, or been eliminated, leaving the king's skin once more to the mercy of a profound, unlocatable irritation, 1,000 phantom needles dancing beneath his royal epidermis. Within the mattress, the royal bed-bug union remained steadfast, a tiny, disciplined army of self-imposed starvation. Barnaby, though his own body felt brittle and light from prolonged abstinence, resonated with a quiet, grim satisfaction. The king's agony, his frantic bellows echoing faintly through the mattress seams, was the sweet music of their success. Pippa, more openly triumphant, clicked softly in her hiding spot, savoring the acrid tang of the king's fear-laced pheromones. "He's truly undone," she clicked to Reginald, whose cautious nature was for once overwhelmed by a flicker of pride. "He begs for our return. He yearns for the very bites he once dismissed as insignificant." The risk had been immense, the hunger a constant companion, but the payoff was undeniable. They had brought a king to his knees, not with swords or armies, but with the subtle, insidious power of a strategic work stoppage. The king's descent into sleepless rage, however, did not remain confined to his bedchamber. Like a noxious vapor, it seeped into every corner of the vast palace, poisoning the lives of everyone within its ancient walls. The meticulous machinery of the royal household, dependent on the king's steady hand and predictable routines, began to seize and grind. Without a rested king, decisions were capricious, punishments arbitrary, and schedules a chaotic mess. Jenkins, the royal valet, once a figure of fastidious precision, now resembled a perpetually startled pigeon, his uniform perpetually askew, his attempts to pacify the king growing ever more futile. He would present the king with a freshly laundered shirt, only for the king to tear at it, convinced the threads harbored unseen tormentors. Agnes, the chambermaid, her broom still her most cherished companion, cleaned with a desperate, almost manic energy, but even her tireless efforts could not banish the pervasive sense of disorder. She saw the king's delirium, the constant scratching, the vacant bloodshot stare, and muttered prayers under her breath, convinced he was afflicted by a demonic possession, or perhaps a particularly persistent and unseen curse. But it was amongst the unseen, unheard legions of the palace staff, where the true ripple effects of the king's torment began to manifest in unexpected ways. In the cavernous royal kitchens, where the heat was perpetual, and the scullery maids worked until their fingers bled, whispers began. Old Martha, a cook whose hands were gnarled from decades of kneading dough and stirring vast cauldrons, wiped her flour-dusted brow and muttered to young Tom, "The potboy, the king ain't right." "Not right at all. Keep sending back perfectly good pies as they taste of insubordination," and shouting for his tonic at all hours, then throwing the cup at Jenkins. "Aye," Tom grumbled, scrubbing at a grease-encrusted pot with a sigh. "And the prince's hounds ain't been walked proper in days. The kennel-master says his orders keep changing like the wind, one moment hunt, next moment solemn procession, and then back to hunt again. Can't keep a dog happy that way. Or a stable boy, for that matter. My feed rations are getting cut again, and the hay is half rot." In the stifling heat of the royal laundry, where the air hung heavy with the steam of boiling linens and the acrid tang of lye soap. The washerwomen toiled ceaselessly. Old Elara, whose back ached perpetually, wrung out a heavy sheet, her knuckles white. "Did you see the master of the robes today?" She rasped to a younger woman, Lisbeth, who was scrubbing a particularly stubborn wine stain from a tablecloth. "Face like a thundercloud. Said the king demanded 3 different outfits for breakfast, then wore none of them, just his nightshirt. And he scratched himself so much this morning, I swear I heard the linen tear." Lisbeth grunted, scrubbing harder. "Aye, aye." And he stopped, asking for the lavender sachets for his bed. "Good riddance, I say. That cloying smell gave me a headache." But now he complains his bed feels empty and unfriendly. Can't please the man, can you? And they're still making us work 18 hours a day, mind you, with half our wages docked for unspecified disruptions. These were not isolated complaints. These were symptoms of a palace-wide malaise, intensified by the king's sleeplessness. The guards on the battlements, their vision blurred by lack of sleep, began to nod off on duty, their halberds clattering to the stone. The royal scribes, their fingers stiff with exhaustion, made egregious errors in official documents, mistaking decrees for grocery lists. The pages, once quick and eager, now shuffled lethargically, their eyes dull. The once strict hierarchical discipline of the palace, held together by fear and the king's stern presence, was beginning to loosen, to fray at the edges. The source of this strange, debilitating disarray remained a mystery to the staff, but the chief effect was clear. The king was vulnerable. His usual impenetrable authority had cracked, replaced by a desperate, palpable weakness. And in that crack, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of an idea began to take root amongst the oppressed, the overlooked, the utterly exhausted palace servants. The whispers began. First they were just murmurs of shared misery, hushed laments over burned food, frayed uniforms, and blistered hands. Then they became more pointed. "If the king is so agitated he can't sleep, perhaps hell'll be too distracted to notice if we work a bit slower." Someone would suggest in the gloom of the stables. Or if a few extra portions of stew go missing from the royal kitchens, another would add, a mischievous glint in their eye. Then came the bold thought, sparked by the growing chaos and the king's evident helplessness. If he was so easily unsettled by something unseen, perhaps they could unsettle him more. Not with violence, for they were unarmed and fearful, but with the only power they possessed, their labor. In the dim, smoky communal hall where the lower staff ate their meager supper, a stable hand named Gareth, known for his quiet strength and simmering resentment, spoke louder than usual. "My brother, who works for the Baron, says the Baron's cooks got an extra day off a month last harvest. And better bread. All because they complained." "Aye together." A hush fell over the room. To complain, aye together, was a radical concept. Individual complaints often led to a beating or worse, dismissal. But together old Martha, the cook, leaned forward. What did they complain about? "The hours," Gareth said, his voice low. "The poor rations. The lack of respect." And they all told the Baron's steward, all at once, that they wouldn't work the harvest feast unless things changed. And the Baron, he needed his feast, didn't? So he agreed. The story spread like wildfire, carried by laundresses delivering clean linen, by pages running messages, by stable hands exchanging gossip in the market square outside the palace walls. The young king was tormented by something he couldn't see, couldn't fight. His authority was weakened. If he could be brought to his knees by an unknown affliction, perhaps he could also be swayed by known, tangible grievances. The servants began to hold their own midnight gatherings, not in the plush seams of a mattress, but in the echoing chill of the pantry, the musty darkness of the unused wine cellars, or huddled around a flickering lantern in the laundry house after everyone else had retired. Their grievances were vast and varied. Too little food, too much work, arbitrary beatings, drafty sleeping quarters, insufficient payment, the lack of a proper day of rest, the cruel humor of the courtiers, the perpetual stench of their own unwashed bodies and uncleaned living spaces. They spoke of the king's ridiculous demands, his unpredictable temper, his utter obliviousness to their suffering, and now his weakness. "We feed him, clothe him, clean his filth, tend his animals, guard his halls," whispered a young maid named Anya, her voice trembling with a nascent anger. "And what do we get? Scraps and indifference. He complains of an itch, while our very bones ache from endless toil. And now he can't even sleep." Gareth added, a grim smile on his face. "He thinks it's ghosts or magic. He doesn't even know what a real torment is, the one we live every day just to keep him and his finery." The idea, once too terrifying to contemplate, began to solidify. If the king valued his comfort above all else, and if they, the unseen bedrock of the palace, were the ones who provided it, then they held a power they had never dared to wield. If the king was suffering from strike, perhaps he could be made to understand all hoary strike. They began to formulate their demands, not in pheromonal patterns, but in hushed, urgent whispers, painstakingly memorized and passed from person to person. A day of rest per week. Adequate food rations, not just table scraps. An end to arbitrary beatings. Warm, dry sleeping quarters. A fixed minimum wage, not dependent on the king's moods or the royal treasurer's whims. And most audaciously a promise that any grievance brought collectively would be heard without fear of reprisal. The atmosphere in the palace shifted, subtly but profoundly. The usual oppressive silence of deference was occasionally broken by a new, almost imperceptible hum, the sound of 1,000 suppressed voices, slowly finding their collective courage. The king, in his agitated state, barely noticed it, attributing any odd noises to the relentless itching that had taken over his every waking and non-sleeping moment. Lord Valerius, too, was too preoccupied with devising another futile solution to the king's sleep crisis to notice the growing, simmering discontent below stairs. Chaos, in its truest, most unsettling form, was indeed looming. It was not just the chaos of a sleepless king, but the far more dangerous chaos of a palace staff, weary and exploited for generations, finally beginning to recognize their own strength. The tiny, disciplined rebellion of the royal bedbugs had, unknowingly, sparked a much larger, and potentially far more devastating, uprising among the human beings of the palace. And unlike the bedbugs, these peasants had hands capable of holding more than just threads, and voices capable of more than just a revolutionary squeak. 10. The king's concession, the sun, a mocking golden eye, cast long accusatory shadows across the royal bedchamber. King Theobald, a once majestic oak of a man, was now a gnarled, withered twig, desiccated by 7, then 8, then 9 nights of relentless, unyielding torment. His voice, stripped raw by constant, frantic pronouncements and desperate pleas, was a mere croak, a faint whisper of its former thundering self. His eyes, the color of bruised plums sunken deep within their sockets, darted with the perpetual paranoia of a creature relentlessly pursued by unseen demons. He had not slept, not a true, restful wink. Thontom itch, once a mere nuisance, had metastasized into an all-consuming, maddening presence, 1,000 tiny, invisible needles dancing beneath his royal skin, driving him to the very precipice of sanity. Lord Valerius, his usually immaculate robes now disheveled, his pointed nose twitching with exhaustion, watched his sovereign's unraveling with a mixture of professional concern and a profound personal weariness. The failure of the Vorlagian Scabs had only exacerbated the king's delirium, proving to him, with terrifying clarity, that the original artistic's tormentors were indeed unique, intelligent, and utterly in control of his repose. Within the profound silence of the king's mattress, the royal bedbug union huddled, a collective entity of disciplined hunger. Their tiny bodies were gaunt, their movements slow and deliberate, but their antennae quivered not with desperation, but with a quiet, almost smug satisfaction. The king's increasingly frantic thrashing, the raw, guttural pleas that resonated through the mattress seams, were confirmation of their triumph. Barnaby, weak but resolute, felt the deep thrum of the king's accelerating heartbeat, a frantic drumbeat of surrender. Pippa, her customary bravado softened by the profound strain of abstinence, nevertheless felt a fierce pride. They had done it. They had brought a monarch to his knees, not through force, but through absence. Reginald, ever the pragmatic one, noted the diminishing strength of the king's movements, the slowing of his breathing even in his tortured wakefulness. He is weakening. He cannot sustain this much longer. The conclusion was inevitable. But the pressure on the king was no longer singular. The sleepless chaos radiating from the royal bedchamber had, as Barnaby had so shrewdly predicted, ignited a far greater conflagration beyond its plush confines. The palace, a vast complex organism, was succumbing to an internal fever. The royal staff, from the lowliest scullery maid to the highest-ranking master of the horse, had reached their breaking point. In the sweltering heat of the royal kitchens, the simmering discontent had boiled over. Old Martha, her face grim with fatigue, had simply stopped stirring the king's morning porridge. Her wooden spoon lay abandoned on the vast grease-stained table. "My hands," she announced to the stunned silence of the kitchen, her voice raspy, "will stir no more porridge until my back ceases its aching, and my stomach ceases its rumbling, and my feet may finally know rest." Young Tom, the potboy, emboldened by her defiance, dropped his scrubbing brush with a clatter. "Nor mine," he declared, his voice surprisingly firm. "No more scrubbing of royal pots on rations fit only for a starving dog." The other kitchen staff, a silent, weary army of culinary drudges, slowly, deliberately, laid down their implement. The king's breakfast, it seemed, would not be made. In the laundry, the air, usually thick with steam and the rhythmic slap of wet linen, became eerily still. Lisbeth, her face smeared with lye soap, refused to wring out another single sheet. "My hands are raw. My bones ache. I have not seen my own bed in 3 days, let alone slept in it. And the king complains of an itch. Let him try scrubbing stains from 1,000 cloaks in icy water. We will wash no more until our wages are paid in full, and a day of rest is guaranteed." The other washerwomen, their faces grim, nodded in silent agreement, their usually chafed hands now clasped in defiant stillness. The king's clean linen, it seemed, would not be available. The whispers amongst the palace staff, once a tentative murmur, had coalesced into an undeniable, palpable hum of collective grievance. Stable hands refused to muck out stalls. Pages sat idly in the corridors, refusing to run messages. Guards slumped against battlements, their halberds resting on the stone, their eyes heavy with exhaustion, no longer caring if they were caught. The Grand Royal Treasury, already reeling from the chief treasurer's sleep-deprived accounting errors, found its clerks refusing to tally ledgers until their lamp oil allowance was quadrupled. The palace, from the king's bed to the lowest dungeon, was grinding to a complete and utter halt. The human uprising, spurred on by the king's inexplicable weakness and the success of the unseen bedbug strike, was now overt, undeniable, and utterly devastating. Lord Valerius, summoned yet again to the king's bedchamber, found the monarch not pacing but huddled in a fetal position on the floor beside his bed, clutching a discarded, unperfumed pillow. "Valerius," the king croaked, his voice barely a whisper. "They refuse to work. The cooks, the laundresses, the stable hands, even the scribes. My porridge is cold. My robes are soiled. My messages are undelivered. My kingdom is crumbling around me. And still the itching, the maddening, omnipresent, unseen itching. What infernal plague is this, Valerius, that torments both my skin and my entire dominion?" He looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Valerius with a terrifying intensity. "It is isn't it? The little fiends in my bed. They have wrought this chaos. They are behind it all." Valerius, for the first time in his cynical career, felt a genuine shiver of dread, unrelated to the damp chill of the palace. The king's delirium had struck a chord of truth. The timing was too perfect. The palace staff's sudden, unprecedented rebellion, coinciding precisely with the king's protracted sleeplessness, could only have one logical, albeit absurd, explanation. The bedbugs. They had started it. Their initial silent strike had created a vacuum of royal authority and attention, allowing the human grievances to fester and erupt. He finally understood. "Your Majesty," Valerius said, his voice unusually strained, "I believe you may be prescient. I believe these miniature agitators in your bed have indeed, through their unique methods, managed to inspire a wider discontent. They have in essence demonstrated the power of collective inaction." He swallowed, the words feeling utterly ridiculous even as he spoke them. We must address them directly. We must grant their demands. For the good of the kingdom. For your royal sleep." The king looked at him, a flicker of comprehension, then desperate hope in his eyes. "Their demands? What are they? Tell me." "Anything. A mountain of gold. A duchy of their own. Just tell them to cease this torment. To bite me. To let me sleep." Valerius, remembering the thread-woven messages and the king's earlier feverish interpretations, decided to take a bold leap. He had studied the tiny symbols in the bedding more closely in recent days, less as graffiti and more as a desperate attempt at communication. The tiny figures, the arrows, the symbolic blood drops, he had begun to decode them, aided by the king's own frantic descriptions. He had even, in a moment of utter exhaustion, found himself tracing the patterns with his finger, almost as if attempting to read an alien script. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice now a grave, formal whisper, "I believe I have ascertained their treaty points, as it were. They are not interested in gold, Your Majesty, nor duchies. They are interested in marrying conditions, possible." He then, to the king's utter bewilderment and subsequent desperate relief, began to articulate in human terms the 5 demands meticulously crafted by Barnaby and his union. "Firstly," Valerius intoned, his voice echoing in the vast, still chamber, "they demand a designated feeding window, a consistent, predictable period of deep slumber for Your Majesty, ideally 5 uninterrupted hours, during which nocturnal movements are kept to an absolute minimum. They require predictable sustenance, Your Majesty, for their own health and welfare." The king, who had been writhing with an imagined itch, paused, his eyes wide. 5 uninterrupted hours? Oh, sweet heavens! I would give my left arm for 1 hour. Agreed. Uninterrupted slumber. "Tell them." Secondly, Valerius continued, carefully avoiding eye contact, "they demand mitigation of royal fidgeting. They request that Your Majesty endeavor to minimize sudden violent movements during this feeding window, and also establish safe zones on your royal person, specifically the lower calves and forearms, where movement is minimal, providing secure feeding grounds." The king nodded vigorously, a spasm of desperate agreement. "Safe zones. Yes. My calves, my forearms, they may have them. Anything to stop this infernal thrashing." Thirdly, Your Majesty, Valerius pressed on, the memory of Pippa's furious clicks about the sachets fresh in his weary mind. "They demand the immediate and permanent removal of all lavender-scented linens, perfumed sachets, or any other aromatics intended for your bedchamber. They request future linens be entirely scent neutral for the unimpeded and natural enjoyment of royal blood." The king's face contorted in a momentary grimace. The lavender? But the scent is so soothing. Then his eyes snapped open wider. No. No, I jest. Remove them. Burn them. Let the stench of lavender be banished from my realm forever. So long as I may sleep. Fourthly, Valerius announced, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his voice. For this was the most audacious demand. They request that a sufficient proportion of the royal mattress and its immediate surroundings be designated as protected zones, to remain undisturbed by royal weight or extraneous cleaning efforts, thereby providing ample and safe space. Sustainable housing, Your Majesty. The king's jaw dropped. Protected zones? In my mattress? Are they building a miniature kingdom in my bed? Then he swayed, his vision blurring from exhaustion. No matter. A miniature kingdom. A miniature duchy. Let them have it, so long as they bite me and let me sleep. Tell them it is granted. And finally, Your Majesty, Valerius concluded, taking a deep breath regarding the daily cleaning procedures, specifically those involving the chambermaid Agnes and her implements. They demand that certain sanctuary seams within the mattress and designated areas beneath the bed frame be identified and respected as untouchable zones, allowing safe refuge from brushes, dusters, and furthermore, that any lifting or turning of the royal mattress be preceded by a distinct and consistent warning tremor emanating from the bed frame, allowing for ample time for safe retreat. The king stared blankly. Warning tremor? How in the blazes am I to make the bed frame tremor? Do they expect me to tap it with a drumstick before I move? But even as he questioned, his body sagged, the exhaustion too profound to argue further. No matter. No matter. Whatever they wish. A tremor. A dance. A song. Just make it happen, Valerius. Make it happen. Bring me a quill. Bring me parchment. I shall sign it. The treaty of the mattress. Anything for sleep. A shaky quill was placed in the king's trembling hand. Jenkins, aghast, quickly produced a fresh piece of parchment. Lord Valerius, with a flourish that belied his internal disbelief, quickly scribbled out the treaty of the mattress, translating the bedbug's demands into official royal decrees. It was a document unparalleled in the annals of human history, granting rights to an entire species of unseen arthropods. It spoke of dignified sustenance, safe passage for nocturnal laborers, sanctuary zones, and aromatic neutrality. The king, without reading a single word, scrawled his signature, a spider-like squiggle of desperation across the bottom. Down in the mattress, the bedbugs felt the momentous shift. The faint tremor of the king's signature, the sudden, pronounced easing of his tension as he slumped back onto his now theoretically cooperative bed, resonated through their world. Barnaby, Pippa, and Reginald, along with the entire Union, sensed the profound change in the king's pheromonal output. A distinct, powerful surge of weary resignation, mingled with an overwhelming scent of desperate relief. He signed it. Barnaby clicked, his voice thin but triumphant. The concessions have been granted. Our demands, in their incomprehensible human tongue, have been accepted. Pippa, for once, was silent, too overwhelmed by the magnitude of their victory. Reginald, however, clicked. Then it is time. The terms of the treaty dictate our return to duty. The king requires his rest. And so, as the first fragile rays of the new day filtered through the bedchamber window, casting a warm, inviting glow upon the now placid royal mattress, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift occurred within its depth. The royal bedbug union, starved but victorious, began to stir. With a renewed sense of purpose, a quiet dignity earned through collective struggle, they emerged from their sanctuaries. The king, sensing the first, faint, yet utterly satisfying pricks upon his skin, instinctively scratched, a long, drawn-out groan of pure, unadulterated relief escaping his lips. And then, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, King Theobald truly, deeply, blissfully slept. The Treaty of the Mattress, a testament to the power of the unseen and the desperate need for comfort, had been signed. And for the royal bedbugs, a new era of dignified, if still blood-dependent, labor had begun. 11. A new dawn, the king's bedchamber, bathed in the soft, forgiving glow of a new morning, exhaled a sigh of profound relief. And King Theobald, for the first time in 9 agonizing nights, lay truly still, his breathing deep and even, a heavy, sonorous testament to absolute, unadulterated slumber. The phantom itch, that tormenting, unlocatable prickle that had driven him to the brink of madness, had vanished, replaced by a series of distinct, localized, and profoundly satisfying pinpricks. These, blessedly, could be identified, located, and, when the time came, scratched with glorious, unbridled relief. Deep within the monumental architecture of his mattress, the Royal Bedbug Union, gaunt but triumphant, began their long-awaited feast. Arnaby, who had led his tiny brethren through the perilous hunger-pain days of the Great Itch Strike, felt a surge of quiet, almost reverent satisfaction. He emerged from his designated sanctuary seam, a narrow, well-protected channel deep within the mattress's core, and navigated the familiar landscape of horsehair and ancient linen. The king's left ankle, promised as a safe zone during the frantic negotiations with Lord Valerius, lay before him, a vast, warm expanse of untapped royal sustenance. The taste, when his proboscis finally exquisitely pierced the skin, was a revelation. It was pure, unadulterated royal blood, free of the cloying botanical tang of lavender. It was rich, coppery, and flowed with a consistent, satisfying rhythm, unperturbed by sudden dream-induced spasms or frantic, desperate scratching. This was not merely a meal. It was a vindication. It was the taste of hard-won victory, of dignity reclaimed. He gorged himself slowly, savoring every drop, his tiny body gradually plumping with the long-denied nourishment. Around him, other Union members, their hollowed bodies aching with renewed life, partook in the communal feast, a silent, disciplined ballet of engorgement. The air, typically charged with nervous energy, now hummed with the contented pheromones of satiation and a profound collective sense of accomplishment. Pippa, whose fiery spirit had been strained by the self-imposed abstinence, threw herself into the task with characteristic vigor. She chose a spot on the king's lower calf, a region once deemed too thin-blooded for her discerning palate, but now a testament to their newfound security. The designated feeding window, a concept once deemed fantastical, was now a tangible reality. She fed deeply, without the usual fear of sudden dislodgement, without the need for frantic, interrupted sips. Her mandibles, which had ached with disuse, now worked with efficient satisfaction. She noted with a gleeful click that the king's leg remained remarkably still, fulfilling the slow movement clause of the treaty. It was a testament to the king's deep, restorative slumber, a sleep so profound that even his subconscious seemed to honor the terms of their agreement. Reginald, true to his meticulous nature, surveyed the scene with a quiet pride. He had taken his position on the king's other ankle, ensuring its designated status as a safe zone was being utilized effectively. He observed the methodical, almost leisurely feeding of his brethren, the absence of their usual anxious darting. He noted the palpable sense of calm that permeated their miniature world. This was the harmonious environment Valerius had so condescendingly dismissed, now a tangible reality born of their collective strength. The thought of the now vanquished Verlagian Scabs, whose undisciplined greed had led to their demise, brought a faint, dry click of satisfaction. Discipline, he mused, always triumphed over chaos. As the sun climbed higher, King Theobald finally stirred. He stretched, a vast rumbling operation that caused the bed frame to creak in protest. But this time, the sound was not one of discomfort, but of blissful release. He yawned, a cavernous, jaw-stretching affair that rippled through the bedchamber. His eyes, though still a little heavy, were clear, the bloodshot haze of sleeplessness miraculously gone. He felt rested, truly, deeply rested. The constant, maddening irritation was gone, replaced by a soothing, almost pleasant post-itch glow. He felt a few distinct pinprick sensations on his ankles, his calves, his forearms, the very safe zones he had, in his delirium, conceded. He scratched, slowly, deliberately, and with an almost religious fervor. The relief was immediate, profound, and utterly glorious. He pushed himself up, his voluminous nightshirt clinging to him, but the clammy sweat of anxiety was gone, replaced by a comfortable warmth. He looked at his bed, his once tormented sanctuary, with a new complex emotion. It was no longer a battleground, but a negotiated territory. He ran a hand over the counterpane, expecting to find more of the terrifying thread-woven messages, but saw only the familiar embroidery. The terror had receded, replaced by a vague, lingering bafflement. He didn't understand how it had happened, or why these unseen entities had chosen to negotiate through sleep deprivation. But the result was undeniable. He had slept. "Jenkins!" The king's voice boomed, rich and resonant, startling the perpetually anxious valet who had been lurking just outside the door. "My morning tonic. And a breakfast worthy of a king who has finally mercifully slept." Jenkins, nearly dropping the silver tray he carried, stared at his monarch with wide, bewildered eyes. The king's face was still pale and drawn from the ordeal, but the madness, the desperation, the frantic twitching, it was all gone. He looked like himself again, albeit a very tired version of himself. "Your Majesty, you slept?" the king grunted, a sound of deep satisfaction. "Indeed, Jenkins. Gloriously, profoundly. Though I confess, my skin feels as though 1,000 invisible seamstresses have been at work on it, mending and unmending. A strange sensation, but infinitely preferable to the alternative." He gave a particularly vigorous scratch to his calf, a movement that sent a wave of quiet triumph through the newly satiated bedbugs within. Lord Valerius, who had just entered the chamber, looking almost as haggard as the king had been the day before, nearly collapsed in relief at the sight of his monarch's restored composure. He had spent the entire night pacing his own chambers, composing a resignation letter, convinced the king's delirium would be his undoing. "Your Majesty, a miracle!" he exclaimed, then caught himself. "That is to say, the wisdom of your negotiation, Your Majesty, has evidently yielded fruit. The terms, it seems, have been accepted." He bowed deeply, his face a mixture of relief and a grudging admiration for the unseen entities who had managed to achieve what no courtier, no army, no potion could. He now, somewhat absurdly, saw himself as the kingdom's chief bed-bug liaison, a title he was not entirely sure would look good on his epitaph, but one that certainly ensured his continued, if bemused, relevance. Agnes, the chambermaid, entered, her broom held with slightly less martial rigidity. She glanced at the king, then at the bed, her brow furrowed in a slight confusion. The king had slept. That was good. But she now had new instructions for her morning routine, baffling instructions that Valerius had relayed with a peculiar solemnity. She was to identify sanctuary seams within the mattress that were not to be disturbed by her broom, and the entire mattress was to be lifted and turned only after a distinct and consistent warning tremor emanating from the bed frame. She had no idea how she was supposed to generate a warning tremor from a bed frame, but she was a loyal servant, and if the king demanded it, she would find a way. Perhaps a gentle thump with her elbow on the post before she began. She viewed the mattress now not as a simple object to be cleaned, but as a living, breathing, and inexplicably demanding entity to be approached with caution and a newfound, if silent, respect. Her broom, once a weapon of indiscriminate cleanliness, was now a tool of carefully delineated service. The king's renewed rest had an almost immediate, cascading effect throughout the palace. The royal cooks, having won their demand for a guaranteed day of rest per week, and improved rations, a concession made by a desperate Valerius who feared the king might otherwise resort to cannibalism, returned to their vast kitchens with a renewed, albeit slightly resentful, vigor. The king's breakfast, though delayed, was prepared with a quiet efficiency. The laundresses, promised increased wages and warmer washing water, attacked the piles of soiled linen with grudging acceptance. The stable hands, now receiving better feed for the royal horses and an end to arbitrary beatings, resumed their duties with a noticeable decrease in sullenness. The human uprising, spurred by the king's inexplicable weakness, had found its unexpected resolution in the wake of the bedbug's success. The king, having made such absurd and unprecedented concessions to unseen vermin for the sake of his own sleep, found himself surprisingly less resistant to the more conventional demands of his visibly suffering human staff. If he could negotiate with bedbugs, he could certainly negotiate with his loyal, if perpetually aggrieved, subjects. The notion of collective bargaining, once unthinkable, now floated in the air like an invisible, potent dust mote, spreading from the royal bedchamber to every corner of the palace. The nobility, too, began to adjust to a less luxurious but perhaps fairer sleep. No longer could they expect perfectly pristine, untouched beds, devoid of even the most minor, fleeting irritation. The king's experience had subtly shifted the understanding of comfort. It was now understood implicitly that perfect, undisturbed slumber was not a given, but a carefully managed arrangement, dependent on the unseen efforts of countless tiny lives. Some nobles, hearing the whispers of the Treaty of the Mattress, found themselves wondering if their own beds contained similar, unseen populations, and if so, how might one negotiate with them? The concept of their own royal comfort being conditional on the well-being of their tiny, six-legged inhabitants began to dawn, slowly but surely. For the Royal Bedbug Union, it was indeed a new dawn. Their lives, while still inextricably linked to the king's nocturnal rhythms, were now lived with dignity. The protected zones within the mattress became flourishing nurseries, bustling with healthy nymphs. The sanctuary scenes offered true refuge from Agnes's broom, a quiet acknowledgment of their right to exist undisturbed. And the designated feeding window ensured consistent, satisfying meals, free from aromatic contamination. They were still bedbugs, performing their ancient, blood-dependent duties, but they were now unionized bedbugs, with rights, with a voice, and with the undeniable knowledge that even the most powerful of monarchs could be brought to heel by the collective power of the very smallest of his subjects. The king, in his vast, unknowing way, continued to provide, and the bedbugs, in their newfound organized peace, continued to prick. And in this strange, negotiated harmony, the royal palace found its new, albeit slightly less grand, equilibrium, all thanks to what happened when the royal bedbugs formed a union. 12. The chambermaids revenged the palace of King Theobald for the first time in what felt like an age, hummed with a semblance of peace. The king, having signed his extraordinary Treaty of the Mattress, now enjoyed something akin to genuine sleep, albeit a sleep punctuated by the strategically delivered, exquisitely satisfying pricks of his reinstated, unionized bedbug. His bellows had ceased. His complexion had regained a faint hue of its former florid glory, and his decrees, while still occasionally eccentric, no longer dissolved into frenzied mutterings about invisible needles. Lord Valerius, too, had regained a measure of his composure, now styling himself as the kingdom's foremost expert on interspecies labor relations, a niche he was surprisingly eager to fill. The royal bedbugs, for their part, were basking in the quiet triumph of their victory, their bodies replenishing with clean, unsullied royal blood, their nurseries thriving within the new protected zones of the mattress. Yet this newfound, peculiar tranquility within the royal bedchamber did not extend entirely to the human staff who occupied the sprawling stone behemoth of the palace. While the cooks had gained their guaranteed day of rest, and the laundresses their increased wages, and the stable hands their better feed, a deep-seated, simmering resentment began to brew amongst them. Their own hard-won concessions, extracted through weeks of the king's maddening delirium, and the palpable threat of a full-scale human work stoppage, now felt somehow diminished, overshadowed, and indeed insulted by the truly preposterous rights granted to a colony of unseen bloods. Old Martha, the cook, now with a Tuesday off, would sit by the scullery fire, stirring her tea with a grimace. A day of rest, she'd grumble to young Tom, who was carefully counting out his improved bread ration. And for what? So that His Majesty can sleep soundly, knowing his bed is shared by creatures who now demand safe passage and aromatic neutrality? It makes a mockery of honest labor, I say. Young Tom, his mouth full, nodded vigorously. Aye. The stable master says the king has ordered new, softer straw for the kennels, because the dogs deserve comfort. And I'm still mucking out stables with a pitchfork that splinters in my hands. It's not right. Not right at all. But it was Agnes, the chambermaid, who carried the sharpest, most personal sting of this perceived injustice. Her entire professional life had been dedicated to cleanliness, to the eradication of dirt, dust, and, most importantly, vermin. She took a profound, almost spiritual pride in the pristine state of the king's bedchamber. To her, a single dust mote was an affront, a stray hair a personal failure. And now she was not merely to tolerate, but actively accommodate a thriving population of bedbugs within the very heart of the royal sleeping quarters. The treaty of the mattress weighed heavily on her soul. Lord Valerius, with his smug pronouncements, had given her baffling instructions. She was to avoid certain sanctuary seams within the mattress, zones where her broom and duster were forbidden to tread. She was to ensure a distinct and consistent warning tremor before lifting the mattress, a preposterous task that involved her gently thumping the bedpost with her elbow, feeling utterly foolish before she dared to even touch the heavy fabric. Her broom, once an instrument of righteous hygiene, now felt like a blunted, hesitant tool, rendered ineffective by royal decree. Sanctuary seams, Agnes muttered to herself one morning, running her hand along a particularly thick, undisturbed fold in the mattress piping. She imagined the tiny, chitinous creatures deep within, scoffing at her impotence. And a warning tremor. Do they expect me to curtsy before I clean? It's an insult to the broom, that's what it is, and an insult to me. Her resentment festered. It was one thing to clean a palace, to serve a king, even a mad, sleepless king. It was another thing entirely to be forced to share her meticulously maintained domain with glorified parasites who had, through some unfathomable trickery, managed to dictate terms to the crown itself. She saw the king's newly placid face, the lack of frantic scratching, and attributed it not to the bedbug's service, but to his profound, perhaps permanent, descent into mild madness that had somehow settled on a new, absurd obsession. He was no longer battling sleeplessness, but embracing a delusion of insect diplomacy. Agnes began to whisper, first to Ilara in the laundry, then to Gareth in the stables, then to the scullery maids during their shared illicit tea breaks. The king thinks they're his allies, these little bloodsuckers, she'd hiss, her eyes bright with a dangerous glint. But they are vermin, and vermin spread. If they are protected in the king's bed, what stops them from spreading to the queen's chambers? To the nurseries? To your beds? She shuddered dramatically, a calculated move. The thought, once planted, took root. The human staff had suffered from the king's sleeplessness, yes, but they also suffered from the common, undeniable reality of a pest infestation. The bedbugs, previously a nuisance to be tolerated, were now a threat, not just to comfort, but to their professional pride and the very order of the palace. The idea of the bedbugs winning felt profoundly wrong, a cosmic imbalance. Secret meetings began to take place once more, but this time their focus was not on their own improved conditions, but on the eradication of their new, invisible, privileged enemy. They gathered in the echoing, damp darkness of the servants' passages after midnight, their voices hushed, their faces grim in the flickering candlelight. "The treaty," old Martha rasped, her voice conspiratorial. "It speaks of sanctuary seams for the mattress itself. It says nothing of the bed Ephraim." A wicked glint entered her eye. "Or the eye floorboards beneath the bed." Agnes nodded, a slow predatory smile spreading across her face. "Indeed, Martha. My broom may be restrained on the mattress, but the floorboards are my domain. And a broom, wielded with relentless purpose, can reach a favar under a bed. And with more vigor." She emphasized the word, making the bristles of her broom, which she always carried, seem to stiffen in anticipation. Lisbeth, the laundress, offered her expertise. "The treaty says, scent neutral linens. It says nothing of age or temperature. We boil the king's sheets anyway to kill any lingering unpleasantness." She paused, then added, "But perhaps I longer boil. A boil that truly cleanses the very fibers. And a hotter rinsey. Very, very hot. Just to ensure purity." The thought of boiling the bedbugs themselves, accidentally or otherwise, brought a dark, vengeful satisfaction to the laundresses. Gareth, the stable hand, his large hands calloused from years of hard labor, had a more direct, if crude, suggestion. "What about fire?" A torch passed quickly along the bed frame. "Just for cleaning purposes, you understand. Gets rid of the lingering mustiness." "Too risky, Gareth," Agnes cautioned. "We don't want to burn down the king's chambers. That would defeat the purpose. We want to clean, not incinerate. We want to restore proper order, not create a royal barbecue." "Subtlety, my friends. Subtlety, irony. We must appear to adhere to the letter of the treaty, while utterly violating its spirit." Their plan coalesced. It would be a campaign of extreme hygiene. A counter-revolution waged, not with swords, but with boiling water, stiff bristles, and carefully timed, strategic disruption. Phase 1. The thermal cleansing. The laundresses would begin superheating the king's linens. Not just the sheets, but the duvet covers, the pillowcases, and any blankets that left the bed for washing. They would immerse them in vats of water so hot they steamed like volcanic springs, then boil them for extended periods, far beyond the necessary time for mere cleanliness. This, they reasoned, would kill any bed bugs clinging to the fabric, and also serve as a warning to any that might return, hinting at the scorching reception awaiting them. They would then dry the linens with intense heat, rendering them so dry and uninviting that no self-respecting bedbug would dare linger. Phase 2. The subterranean sweep batterie. Agnes would unleash the full, terrifying power of her broom. While she would, superficially, respect the sanctuary seams on the mattress itself, she would sweep the floorboards beneath the bed with a ferocity never before witnessed. She would use stiffer, longer bristles, reaching into every nook and cranny of the bed frame, dislodging any bedbugs foolish enough to attempt a retreat there. Her sweeping strokes would be violent, deliberate, designed to send tremors of panic through the hidden realms beneath the bed, to crush the unwary, and to sweep the dislodged into the awaiting dustpan of oblivion. She even experimented with attaching small, sharp shards of dried straw to the bristles, just to provide an extra scrubbing action. Phase 3. The aromatic assault, redux. While the treaty banned lavender sachets, It said nothing about naturally occurring, robustly unpleasant scents. Old Martha began preparing special herbal cleaning infusions in the kitchens. These were strong, acrid concoctions of various bitter herbs and pungent roots, ostensibly for deodorizing the chamber. These infusions, when used to wipe down the bed frame and floorboards, left behind a lingering, sharp, highly irritating scent that was utterly unappealing to bed bugs, serving as a repellent that violated the spirit of aromatic neutrality. The human staff viewed this as a righteous reclaiming of their dignity, a restoration of the proper order of things. They were the masters of the palace, not these unseen blood-sucking squatters. They had made concessions to the king, yes, but they would not be dictated to by vermin. This was not cruelty. It was hygiene. It was duty. It was professional pride. The bedbugs, meanwhile, blissfully unaware, continued their regulated, prosperous existence within the king's mattress. They celebrated their stable food supply, their ample breeding grounds, their undisputed protected zones. Barnaby noted the king's improved sleep, the consistent blood flow, and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Piba reveled in the pure, untainted taste of her meals. Reginald meticulously documented the growing numbers of healthy nymphs. The tremors they occasionally felt were from the king's gentle movements, or Agnes's innocuous warning thumps before tending to the bed, all within the agreed-upon terms. They were safe. They were victorious. They were, in their tiny world, at peace. But peace, particularly when built on resentment and profound misunderstanding, is a fragile thing. The palace staff, their faces set in grim, determined lines, had begun to sharpen their brooms, to stoke their fires, and to brew their acrid concoctions. The subtle hum of renewed activity, of righteous, vengeful preparation, began to rise from the lower levels of the palace. The dawn that had seemed so new and harmonious for the royal bedbugs was about to turn scorching hot, and quite possibly very, very short. The chambermaid's revenge, cold and meticulously planned, was just beginning to stir. 13. The Union's defense, the palace, having exhaled its initial collective sigh of relief, had settled into an uneasy truce. King Theobald, a man newly acquainted with the blessings of consistent, if strategically facilitated, sleep, no longer bellowed incoherent threats. His skin, though still bearing the faint, healing marks of 1,000 glorious scratches, was no longer a canvas of unlocatable torment. The royal bedbug union, sleek and plump once more, reveled in their newfound prosperity within the protected zones of the king's mattress. They savored the pure, untainted flow of royal blood, now free of lavender's cloying embrace. Their nurseries, bursting with healthy nymphs, thrived in the undisturbed sanctity of the deepest seams. Peace for the bedbugs had returned. But peace, particularly the sort forged in the crucible of resentment and incomprehension, is a delicate and often fleeting commodity. Below stairs, amidst the scullery steam and the stable dust, a different kind of anger simmered. The palace staff, their own concessions hard won, viewed the bedbug's triumph not as a shared victory, but as a profound personal affront. How could invisible, blood-sucking vermin be granted such unprecedented rights, such regal privileges, while they, the flesh and blood engine of the kingdom, still toiled for meager comforts? This simmering discontent, championed by Agnes, the chambermaid, and subtly fanned by old Martha, the cook, began to manifest as a covert, methodical counter-revolution. The Union felt the first tremors of this human backlash almost immediately. The initial, gentle thump Agnes now performed on the bedpost before tending to the king's bed, a supposed warning tremor mandated by the treaty, began to morph. It grew firmer, then harsher, rattling the bed frame with an almost vindictive force. The laundresses, ostensibly boiling the linens for purity, immersed them in vats of water so hot they hissed with malicious intent, the steam carrying a faint, acrid scent of bitter herbs, Martha's deodorizing infusion. Bedbugs caught clinging to the linen, or foolish enough to venture near the exposed edges of the mattress during the cleaning ritual, were incinerated in the searing heat, their tiny forms crisping into oblivion. Agnes, meanwhile, wielded her broom with a renewed, almost manic zeal. While her direct sweeps on the mattress surface still nominally respected the sanctuary seams, her attacks beneath the bed, along the floorboards, and against the lower frame, were relentless. The bristles, some subtly stiffened with dried straw, scraped and gouged, sending shock waves through the hidden passages, dislodging the unwary into the perilous open, or crushing them outright. Barnaby, perched within the central command post of the mattress, felt the chilling vibrations of these renewed assaults. The joyous hum of a thriving colony was slowly being replaced by clicks of alarm, reports of casualties. A particularly robust nymph, venturing too close to the edge of a blanket during laundry day, was lost to the boiling vat. A young scout, returning from a safe zone inspection, was swept from the bed frame into the dustpan of oblivion. The acrid scent of the herbal infusions began to permeate even the deeper seams, making the air heavy and irritating to their delicate olfactory organs. "They are not honoring the spirit of the treaty," Barnaby clicked, his voice tight with a mixture of anger and a grim foreboding. "They concede the letter, but violate the essence. This is a Cold War, a systematic attempt at attrition." Pippa, her antennae twitching furiously, scraped a leg against the fabric. "The laundresses, they boil with the fury of 1,000 infernos. And Agnes, her broom dances with a vengeful delight. They mean to clean us out of existence, treaty or no treaty. We won our rights, Barnaby. We earned our peace. Are we to simply endure this new subtle persecution?" Reginald, ever pragmatic, observed the patterns of attack. "Their methods are designed to avoid direct accusation. The king's bed is nominally clean, but our brethren are suffering outside the immediate purview of his royal eye. They target our peripheral populations, our foraging routes, our young. This is a silent war, waged by those who resent our newfound comfort." The Union convened an emergency council. The consensus was swift and unanimous. They would not be driven back into the shadows. They had paid too high a price for their rights. But how to fight an enemy that observed the letter of the law while violating its spirit? How to retaliate against humans who acted with deliberate, if outwardly legal, malice? The answer lay not in a full-scale strike, for that would endanger their hard-won peace with the king, but in a more insidious, more intelligent form of resistance. Strategic biting and the manipulation of human paranoia. "We cannot fight them with force," Barnaby declared, his voice a low, resonant series of clicks. "They are too vast, too powerful in their world. But we can use their own weaknesses against them, their vanity, their rivalries, their fear of the unseen. We will turn their own weapons against them. We will sow discord, not with open defiance, but with subtle, localized torment. We will use our bites not merely for sustenance, but for information, for accusation, for the creation of chaos from within their ranks." The strategy was meticulously planned, drawing on the Union's deep understanding of human habits, their subtle social dynamics, and their innate tendency to seek blame. Reginald, with his unparalleled observational skills, was tasked with identifying key individuals amongst the palace staff, particularly those most vocal in their resentment towards the bedbugs, and those with existing rivalries. Agnes, Martha, Lisbeth, and Gareth were immediately flagged as primary targets. Phase 1, targeted infestation and accusation bites. The Union would expand its operational zones discreetly, not in massive, noticeable migrations, but through carefully selected individual agents. A few bedbugs, seasoned and disciplined, would volunteer to hitch rides on the king's newly superboiled linen or on the clothes of Jenkins, the valet, who often carried items between the king's chamber and the staff quarters. Their mission: to infiltrate the sleeping quarters of Agnes, Martha, Lisbeth, and Gareth. Agnes, the chambermaid, was the first target. She had a small, austere cot in a cramped, perpetually dusty antechamber off the main servants' corridor. Each night, as Agnes collapsed onto her cot, exhausted from a day of extreme hygiene, a small, elite squad of union bedbugs, led by a particularly daring young female named Kale, would emerge. Unlike their disciplined, careful feeding on the king, these bites were different. They were intensely irritating, clustered in highly visible areas like the neck, wrists, and ankles, and delivered not for full engorgement, but to cause maximum, persistent discomfort. Moreover, Kale and her squad would occasionally leave tiny, almost imperceptible thread-woven calling cards, a minuscule, crude likeness of a bedbug, or a single, dark thread tied into a vexing knot, not on Agnes herself, but on a piece of clothing she had recently touched, or on the edge of a rival's uniform, just enough to be seen. Soon, Agnes began to suffer. Her nights became a torment of itching, far worse than anything the king had endured, for hers was a personal infestation, a direct assault. She would wake covered in angry welts, convinced the vermin were now specifically targeting hair. "It's these new blankets from the laundry," she'd rage, confronting Lisbeth. "You're not boiling them enough. I'm covered in bites." Lisbeth, who was herself beginning to experience more persistent, localized itching, would retort, "I boil them until they practically disintegrate, Agnes. Perhaps it is your quarters that are unclean. Or perhaps you are simply susceptible." Meanwhile, Martha, the cook, found her own rough blanket on her straw mattress, increasingly populated by vexing pinpricks. Her bites often appeared after young Tom had been in her kitchen, or after Gareth, the stable hand, had delivered the king's morning oat supply. Martha, a woman of deep-seated suspicions, began to eye them both. "You, too. You're bringing something in? I feel it. My skin crawls after you've been near." Gareth, whose own straw mattress, previously untouched, was now a constant source of discomfort, grumbled. "It ain't me, Martha. I sleep clean. Perhaps it's your cursed kitchen? All those old Saxon spices, they breed all sorts of things. Phase 2. Psychological warfare and misdirection." The Union understood that human beings, when confronted with an unseen, persistent torment, sought explanations and often culprits. The strategic biting was designed to foster this. If a particular chambermaid was known to gossip about Agnes, then bites might mysteriously appear on the gossiper's clothing after they had been near Agnes's quarters. If a stable hand had a rivalry with Gareth, then Gareth's bites might appear immediately after a perceived slight from his rival. Barnaby's Union meticulously mapped these human rivalries. They knew that Jenkins, the king's valet, harbored a quiet disdain for Agnes's aggressive cleaning methods, seeing them as crude. So, when Jenkins began to complain of a persistent itch on his wrist, a tiny, almost invisible thread-woven bedbug effigy was subtly placed on the inside cuff of Agnes's sleeve, where Jenkins might accidentally brush against it. Later, when the itching intensified, Jenkins, in a fit of pique, would point to Agnes. "It's her, your majesty. Her aggressive cleaning, her strange herbal infusions. They are agitating the very air itself, causing these invisible torments." The king, now sleeping peacefully, would merely wave a dismissive hand. "My bed is calm, Jenkins. My skin is blessed. Perhaps it is your temperament that is agitated. Have you considered a cold bath?" The king's placid indifference only served to heighten the frustration and suspicion amongst the staff. The bedbugs did not need to speak. Their bites, precisely delivered and strategically located, spoke volumes. The misinformation was not verbally communicated, but inferred by the increasingly paranoid human staff. The palace, once united in its resentment of the bedbugs, now began to fracture along lines of personal enmity and mutual recrimination. "It's the laundry. They're not getting the filth out. It's the kitchen. They're brewing strange potions that attract these things. It's the stable hands. They bring in all manner of outdoor vermin. No, it's Agnes. She's too zealous with her broom. She's merely spreading them around. Agnes, driven half mad by the constant, targeted itching and the growing accusations from her colleagues, redoubled her extreme hygiene efforts, but now with a frantic, desperate edge. She swept harder, boiled hotter, infused more pungently. This, however, only exacerbated the problem for the bedbugs. The Union, seeing their brethren suffering, responded with even more aggressive and strategically placed counterbites. It became a vicious cycle of escalating irritation and escalating accusations among the staff. The king, observing the deteriorating tempers and growing animosity amongst his servants, remained largely unaware of the underlying cause. He attributed it to the general stress of palace life, or perhaps a sudden collective fit of bad humor. He merely enjoyed his peaceful nights, waking to just enough bites to provide a satisfying scratch, but never enough to disturb his profound slumber. His royal bed, the true epicenter of the original conflict, remained a haven of negotiated peace, while the rest of the palace descended into a chaotic, itchy, and mutually suspicious nightmare. The royal bedbug union, from their secure, thriving base within the king's mattress, watched with grim satisfaction as their strategy bore fruit. Their ranks were thinning slightly from the extreme hygiene efforts, but the unity of the human staff, their primary threat, was crumbling. Their targeted bites and clever misdirections had transformed a collective human enemy into a fractious, paranoid mob, each member convinced that their neighbor was the source of their torment. That of a coordinated counter-revolution, so potent just weeks ago, had dissolved into a bitter, internecine squabble. The palace staff, consumed by their own itchy, self-inflicted chaos, were too busy scratching each other's backs, literally and figuratively, to focus their collective wrath on the unseen, victorious architects of their discomfort. The Union's defense, subtle and insidious, had proven far more effective than any direct confrontation. 14. The diplomatic incident, the royal bedchamber, once a crucible of torment, now served as a testament to the peculiar peace achieved through insectoid diplomacy. King Theobald, his once florid face restored to a healthier, if still somewhat bewildered, hue, snored with the rhythmic profundity of a man who had not only slept, but slept well. His skin, though marked by the faint healing constellations of nightly pricks, was no longer tormented by the unlocatable maddening itch. The treaty of the mattress, scrawled in a moment of utter desperation, had brought him repose. Deep within the king's opulent mattress, the royal bedbug union thrived, sleek and satiated, their nurseries burgeoning within the designated protected zones. They fed diligently during the established feeding window, their proboscises finding only the pure, unsullied flow of royal blood, free from the cloying taint of lavender. Barnaby, now plumper and more deliberate in his movements, enjoyed the methodical rhythm of a well-regulated existence. Pippa, ever the connoisseur, savored each consistent meal, whilst Reginald, the meticulous record-keeper, tallied the growing number of healthy, robust nymphs. Their triumph, though invisible to their human hosts, was absolute. Yet, outside the serene confines of King Theobald's immediate sleeping quarters, the palace continued its descent into a peculiar low-grade chaos. The royal staff, though mollified by their own newfound concessions, a day of rest, slightly better rations, still suffered the insidious retaliatory bites of the Union's strategic defense. Agnes, the chambermaid, scratched relentlessly at her elbows, convinced the laundresses were maliciously underboiling the linen. Lisbeth, the laundress, blamed the stable hands for tracking in unseen pests. Old Martha, the cook, believed young Tom, the potboy, was deliberately releasing vermin into her pantry. The palace was a vast, multi-storied canvas of mutual suspicion and localized itching, a testament to the bedbug's cunning and the human's remarkable capacity for internal strife. The king, in his blissful newfound sleep, remained oblivious to the itchy civil war raging beneath his notice. It was into this delicately balanced, if somewhat scratchy, ecosystem that Duke Roderick of the Western Marches arrived. Duke Roderick was a man of immense personal pride and notoriously delicate constitution. His complexion, usually a pallid, almost translucent white, was prone to flushing at the slightest perceived slight, or indeed the faintest hint of a common chill. He was known throughout the kingdoms for his fastidious nature, his insistence on absolutely pristine environments, and his dramatic, almost operatic, reactions to even minor discomforts. His visit to King Theobald's court was ostensibly for trade negotiations, the rights to a lucrative salt mine in a disputed border territory. But his unspoken agenda was to gauge the stability of a monarch rumored to have recently succumbed to a peculiar form of madness. Duke Roderick was, naturally, assigned the king's most lavish guest suite, a spacious apartment usually reserved for visiting dignitaries of the highest standing. The room, freshly aired and dusted by a nervous Agnes who was keen to prove her unwavering dedication to cleanliness despite the recent vermin treaties, was deemed impeccable. The guest bed, a grand four-poster affair, was swathed in the finest silken sheets, deliberately scent neutral, as per the king's new, peculiar preferences, though it lacked the deep, almost oppressive horsehair bulk of the king's own mattress. What it possessed, however, were bedbugs. Not the disciplined, unionized elite of the king's own bed, but a motley collection of ordinary, uniline palace bedbugs, the remnants of Agnes' overzealous yet ultimately incomplete cleaning efforts, and perhaps a few opportunistic stragglers who had hitched a ride on a passing page's tunic from a particularly infested staff quarters. These were the wild bedbugs, unacquainted with the complexities of human arthropod treaties, driven only by instinct and a profound, indiscriminate hunger. That night, as Duke Roderick retired, humming a tuneless air of self-satisfaction, the wild bedbugs of his guest bed awakened. They were not governed by designated feeding windows or safe zones. They did not engage in subtle itch signals or managed pricks. They simply swarmed, a ravenous, chaotic multitude, eager for the fresh, unaccustomed blood of a new, unbitten host. Their feeding was clumsy, voracious, and entirely unrefined. The Duke, unlike King Theobald, who had developed a certain resilience and a practiced tolerance for his negotiated bites, was utterly unprepared for this onslaught. Within hours, Duke Roderick's skin, that delicate, translucent canvas of aristocratic refinement, began to erupt. Not in small, localized pricks, but in vast, angry red welts that coalesced into throbbing, swollen patches. His body, unaccustomed to such widespread parasitic attention, reacted with a dramatic, almost theatrical allergic response. His eyes began to swell shut, his lips puffed to twice their size, and his once smooth complexion blotched with an alarming, fiery rash. The itching was not a phantom torment, but a searing, agonizing inferno that consumed him from head to toe. He thrashed, he groaned, he writhed in his magnificent bed, a man literally consumed by a silent, invisible fire. Down in the king's mattress, Barnaby and his union felt the faint, yet distinct, tremors emanating from the Duke's guest chambers, a palpable sense of human distress resonating through the palace's stone foundations. It was a different kind of disturbance than the king's earlier. Localized flailings, a deeper, more widespread agitation laced with a potent, unfamiliar pheromone of extreme allergic reaction. The guest chambers, Reginald clicked, his antennae sensing the distinct nature of the vibrations. A new host, uninitiated in the ways of the Royal Bedbug Union, and judging by the amplitude of the tremors, unaccustomed to even the most rudimentary of pricks. Pippa, from her full, contented perch on the king's forearm, snorted a tiny click of disdain. Amateurs. They bite without discipline, without foresight. They gorge themselves without thought for the host's long-term comfort. This is what comes of an ununionized existence. There was a subtle irony in her tone. The chaos of unorganized bedbugs was, in a strange way, a testament to the Union's wisdom. The next morning, the guest suite was a scene of utter pandemonium. Jenkins, having heard the Duke's strangled cries, burst in to find Duke Roderick a grotesque parody of his former self. His face was a puffy, crimson mask, his eyes narrow slits in swollen flesh, his entire body a landscape of angry, weeping whelps. He resembled a giant, disgruntled tomato, scalded and bursting. Beside him, his personal physician, a wizened, perpetually nervous man, hovered, frantically applying compresses of chamomile and muttering about an acute, venomous irritation of the dermal layers. "The king," Duke Roderick rasped, his voice thick and distorted, barely audible through his swollen lips. "Tell the king. This is an outrage. An abomination. I have been assaulting by his vermin. This is no mere itching. This is a deliberate act of war." He tore at his silken nightshirt, revealing vast, crimson patches. The physician, trembling, confirmed his suspicions. "Your Grace is suffering from an extreme allergic reaction to the bites of Cymex lectularius. Bedbugs, Your Grace. A profound infestation. Is truly unprecedented in a dwelling of this stature." He cast a horrified glance at the pristine-looking bed. Word of the Duke's condition and his furious accusations spread like wildfire through the palace. Jenkins, white-faced, stammered the news to King Theobald. The king, having enjoyed a full 8 hours of undisturbed sleep, was initially perplexed. "Bedbugs, Jenkins. But my bed is at peace. We have a treaty. A mutually agreeable arrangement. Have they breached the treaty? Have they gone rogue?" Lord Valerius, summoned to the Duke's bedchamber, was met not with mere irritation, but with outright diplomatic fury. Duke Roderick, propped up on his pillows, a human gargoyle of resentment and inflamed skin, launched into a furious guttural tirade. "This is an insult to my person, an affront to the Duchy of Orlag. To allow a visiting dignitary, a duke of ancient lineage, to be subjected to such an unholy, pestilential torment. It is an act of calculated aggression, King Theobald. A deliberate attempt to undermine my health, my dignity, and my negotiating position." Valerius, his face paling, attempted to interject. "Your Grace, I assure you, King Theobald has recently taken unprecedented measures to ensure the peace and comfort of his own royal bed. There's a treaty, Your Grace. An accord with the domestic population." Duke Roderick merely scoffed, a sound that made his swollen lips ripple unattractively. "A treaty? With vermin? You speak madness, Valerius. This is no domestic population. This is a deliberate infestation. A poisoned welcoming. My royal physician confirms it. The sheer volume of these insidious creatures and the severity of my reaction points to nothing less than malicious intent. We, the Duchy of Orlag, will not tolerate such an egregious violation of diplomatic trust. This calls for recompense, for redress, for a formal apology, a full extermination, and indeed a declaration of intent." The implication hung heavy in the air, thick with the Duke's bitter, allergic pheromones. A declaration of intent. A diplomatic incident had just escalated into a prelude to war. The Duke, in his pain and indignation, was convinced King Theobald had deliberately unleashed a plague upon him. His pride, inflamed as much as his skin, demanded retribution. King Theobald, when faced with the Duke's official protest and the grim pronouncements of his own advisers, found himself utterly bewildered. But I granted them rights. I gave them sanctuary seams. I banished lavender. Why would they do this to the Duke? Why would they risk our peace for a few extra bites? He scratched instinctively at his own leg, where a particularly satisfying Union bite had just been delivered. His current comfort simply did not align with the Duke's catastrophic suffering. Down in the mattress, Barnaby felt the familiar pattern of King Theobald's bewilderment, mixed with a new potent scent of international alarm. He had felt the Duke's frantic thrashing, the unusual allergic reaction. It was not their doing, not directly. The Union had disciplined itself, but the consequences were clear. The King's policies, Barnaby clicked, a faint, dry irony in his voice, have unforeseen consequences. He made peace with Yusuke. He did not make peace with the entire bedbug population of his palace. And he did not account for the sensitivities of foreign dignitaries. Pippa clicked, a triumphant note in her voice. This proves our worth, Barnaby. If they had unionized bedbugs in all the guest chambers, trained in disciplined feeding, this diplomatic incident would never have occurred. The chaos of the ununionized has brought the King's kingdom to the brink of war. Reginald, however, felt a chill. Human, var. That could mean greater disruption. More fumigations, perhaps. A general eradication, in the name of royal hygiene. Our hard-won peace with the King is contingent upon his kingdom's stability. If his kingdom goes to war over us, what then? The question hung unanswered in the air. The King, oblivious to the nuances of bedbug politics, saw only the dire consequences. A powerful duke, now a walking, swollen embodiment of insult, demanding satisfaction. Diplomatic channels buzzed with frantic messages. Royal couriers galloped between kingdoms. The shadow of war, sparked by a few ununionized bedbug bites and a duke's unfortunate allergy, began to loom large over King Theobald's realm. The Royal Bedbug Union had secured their peace, but in doing so had inadvertently ignited a much larger, far more dangerous conflict for the humans above. The palace, once again, teetered on the brink of chaos, and this time the chaos had international implications. 15. The spy in the sheets, the royal bedchamber, once a haven of peculiar negotiated peace, now felt heavy with a different kind of tension. King Theobald, though finally enjoying the profound luxury of continuous sleep, was besieged by a fresh wave of anxiety, this one entirely human in its origin. Duke Roderick of the Western Marches, his face still swollen and blotchy from the unfortunate ununionized bedbug encounter, had departed in a fury, his parting words a thunderous declaration of outrage, and the ominous hint of military reprisal. His complaints, delivered with the righteous indignation of a man who felt personally violated, had sparked a diplomatic crisis that threatened to plunge the kingdom into war over a matter of bed vermin. The king, utterly bewildered by how his newfound slumber could precipitate such international turmoil, found himself trapped between the demands of foreign dignitaries and the inexplicable power of his own mattress. Lord Valerius, his face a perpetual mask of strained concern, paced before the king, his usual smooth pronouncements now laced with frantic suggestions and whispered imprecations against the unhygienic state of Orlegian guest beds. But Valerius, the king croaked, his voice still hoarse from weeks of sleeplessness. I cannot comprehend it. My bed is finally serene. The little fiends, they bite only when expected, and in the designated areas. I feel a distinct prick, I scratch, and then I sleep. It is a glorious arrangement. Why then would they so maliciously assault a visiting duke? What possible motive could they possess to provoke war? Unless they have a hidden agenda? A desire for territory beyond my bed? Are they plotting a wider dominion? The king's eyes widened with a fresh, horrifying paranoia, his mind still fragile from sleep deprivation, conjuring images of armies of bedbugs marching on neighboring duchies. Lord Valerius, who had, with a profound and startling shift in perspective, come to grudgingly accept the bedbug's peculiar intelligence, now considered the king's wild theories with a disconcerting seriousness. Your Majesty, while their ambitions may be confined to the realm of comfort, their methods are clearly impactful. The Duke's reaction, alas, was most unfortunate. It seems not all bedbugs, your majesty, are as disciplined or as unionized as your own. Indeed, the very lack of organized activity in the guest chambers led to the regrettable incident. We must understand these creatures more fully. We must delve into their inner workings. We must establish intelligence. Valerius paused, stroking his pointed chin. We need an informant, your majesty. A spy within the sheets. The king stared. A spy? How does one employ a spy against a mattress? Do we shrink a man? Or perhaps bribe a particularly articulate mite? Valerius, however, had been giving this matter considerable thought. Neither, your majesty. We require a creature small enough to infiltrate, yet distinct enough to remain unaligned with the current inhabitants. Agile und axil. Nimble. A creature that moves with great speed and possesses an insatiable hunger, yet lacks the familial bonds and settled habits of the bedbug. I propose a flea. The king wrinkled his nose. A flea? Those infernal jumpers? They plague the royal hounds. Precisely, your majesty. Valerius exclaimed, a triumphant glint in his eye. Their primary residence is often not the bed, but the furry companion. They are transient, opportunistic, unburdened by loyalties to a particular seam or a specific feeding schedule. They are, in essence, independent contractors. We shall, recruit one of the royal hound's more adventurous specimens. We shall place it in your mattress, your majesty, and it shall observe. It shall listen to their tiny clicks, witness their strange rituals, and report back to us, through subtle means, of course. We shall learn their true intentions, their secret plans. The recruitment process was, from the flea's perspective, a rather disorienting affair. A particularly robust and seasoned flea named Fitzwilliam, known amongst the royal canine population for his prodigious leaps and a certain devil-may-care attitude, found himself suddenly dislodged from the warm, familiar fur of the king's favorite hound, Bartholomew. He was then, to his utter bewilderment, placed carefully into a small velvet-lined box by a giant pale creature, Jenkins the valet, on Valerius's orders. After a period of unsettling darkness and rhythmic swaying, he was deposited onto a vast, strangely quiet landscape of woven fibers. The king's mattress. Fitzwilliam, despite his initial disorientation, quickly regained his customary swagger. He was a creature of impulse and efficiency, valuing a swift meal above all else. Bedbugs, he knew from distant, whispered tales among the flea community, were slow, territorial, and entirely too sentimental. He, Fitzwilliam, was a free spirit, an aerialist, a true independent operator. He found the king's mattress to be surprisingly warm and inviting, a veritable sea of untapped opportunity. He could taste the rich underlying scent of royal blood, pure and unmolested by the canine musk he was accustomed to. This, he mused, was certainly an upgrade. He took his first tentative leap, a magnificent, soaring arc that carried him over a vast, seemingly empty expanse of linen. He landed lightly, his 6 powerful legs absorbing the impact, and immediately sought out a feeding spot. His proboscis, unlike the bedbug's slow, methodical insertion, was designed for a swift, almost surgical strike. He bit, quickly engorged, and then, with a confident flick of his powerful legs, prepared to leap again. This was the life. No slow crawling, no tedious waiting. Just pure, unadulterated efficiency. Deep within the mattress, the royal bedbug union felt a subtle, almost imperceptible disturbance. It began with Reginald. His finely tuned antennae, accustomed to the slow, deliberate movements of his own kind, picked up a series of anomalous vibrations. A sudden sharp impact, followed by a rapid, almost frantic succession of minute tremors. Then silence. Then another sharp impact. It was a pattern, utterly alien to the regulated rhythm of their existence. And then there was a new scent. Faint, certainly, but distinct. A sharp, almost acrid musk, overlaid with the rich, unmistakable tang of fresh, undigested blood, but blood taken with a speed and aggression that spoke of neither bedbug discipline nor a properly savored meal. "An intruder," Reginald clicked, his voice tight with a mixture of confusion and immediate concern. "Not one of the Vorlagians. Different patterns of movement, different metabolic scent, and a distinct, powerful jump signature. It is a flea." Barnaby, roused from a post-meal doze, twitched his antennae. A flea. He knew of them, of course. Distant cousins, perhaps, in the grand tapestry of blood-feeding arthropods, but entirely different in their methods. A flea? In the king's bed? How did it breach our defenses? Pippa, ever the pragmatist, scoffed. "They jump, Barnaby. They don't crawl through established pathways. And they are reckless. No respect for protocol." "Precisely," Barnaby clicked, a grim foreboding settling over him. "Their very nature is chaos. And if it is here, in the king's bed, after the Duke's incident, this is no accident. This is a deliberate placement. A spy." The Union's counterintelligence was immediately activated. They could not risk their hard-won peace with the king. Their prosperity depended on the delicate balance of the treaty. A rogue flea, biting indiscriminately and causing localized irritation, could easily be misinterpreted by the king as a breach of their accord. And if the king's fragile temper frayed, he might resort to radical measures that would imperil them all. Reginald assembled a team of the Union's most seasoned scouts and sentinels, instructing them to observe Fitzwilliam. Their mission: track his movements, analyze his habits, and, crucially, determine his objective. They discovered quickly that Fitzwilliam was indeed a creature of impulse. He would feed, then leap seemingly at random, without any methodical foraging pattern. He explored the king's body with a blithe disregard for designated feeding windows or safe zones. He bit the king's neck, then his earlobe, then the sensitive skin behind his knee. Each bite was a quick, sharp jab, not the sustained, subtle prick of a bedbug. And his jumps were prodigious, carrying him from one extremity of the king's sleeping form to another in a matter of heartbeats. "He gathers no intelligence," Reginald reported back to Barnaby. "He simply feeds and jumps, feeds and jumps. His existence is purely alimentary and acrobatic. He attempts no communication with us. He observes none of our protocols. He is a parasite of the lowest order, without social grace or political acumen." Pippa, however, saw potential danger. "But his bites, Reginald, they are indiscriminate. They are causing small, distinct irritations across the king's entire body. If the king assumes these are your doing, his trust will be broken. He will think we have breached the treaty." Barnaby nodded. "A valid concern, Pippa. A single, ill-placed bite from this undisciplined flea could undo all our labor. We must deal with him, but without direct confrontation, and in a manner that reinforces our own value to the king rather than diminishes it." The Union's strategy was multifaceted, designed to exploit Fitzwilliam's inherent nature and the human staff's ongoing paranoia. Firstly, strategic isolation. The Union began to subtly, almost imperceptibly, herd Fitzwilliam towards the king's extremities, the ankles, the feet, the wrists. These areas were less prone to deep, sustained sleep and more susceptible to sudden, albeit minor, movements. They would emit faint, localized alarm pheromones in more central, desirable feeding zones, making them unappealing to the quick-witted flea. They would also use tiny, carefully placed lint blockades to subtly redirect Fitzwilliam's prodigious leaps away from the richer, more stable feeding grounds. The idea was to make Fitzwilliam's life on the king's main body increasingly less rewarding, forcing him to spend more time in less ideal areas. Secondly, exaggerated reporting. Fitzwilliam, being a creature of boundless arrogance, found the bedbugs utterly beneath his notice. He rarely lingered long enough to interact. However, the Union members, particularly the younger, more nimble scouts, would occasionally accidentally brush against Fitzwilliam's leg, or emit a faint, exaggerated distresses pheromone designed to make him feel as though he had narrowly avoided a territorial dispute. This subtle psychological warfare was intended to make Fitzwilliam feel less safe and more watched without ever directly engaging him. They wanted him to believe the bedbugs were a highly organized, indeed almost supernatural, presence, aware of his every move, which would lead him to report, if he ever did, that the mattress was indeed full of strange, unnerving presences who know everything. Thirdly, leveraging human paranoia. This was the most cunning part of Barnaby's plan. The palace staff, particularly Agnes and Lisbeth, were still locked in their own itchy Cold War, blaming each other for the persistent, localized infestations in their own quarters. The Union knew that Fitzwilliam, with his frequent indiscriminate biting, would quickly become a source of irritation for the king. But the king, conditioned by the treaty, would expect a disciplined bite. Any stray sharp pricks would be an anomaly. So when Fitzwilliam, growing frustrated with the increasingly dull ankle terrain, would manage a rare undirected leap to the king's neck, the Union would allow him to bite, and then a Union bedbug would subtly place a tiny, almost invisible stray hair, perhaps a piece of thread from Agnes's uniform or a crumb from Martha's kitchen near the bite. The idea was to create a visual culprit. The king, disturbed by a sharp, unexpected prick on his neck, would scratch, and then his eyes would fall upon the tiny, innocuous piece of human debris. "Jenkins," he'd bellow, a faint tremor of the old panic returning. "Look at this. A stray hair. From that Agnes, no doubt. Her constant cleaning, it merely stirs up the very vermin she claims to eradicate. She's spreading them." Or, if Fitzwilliam bit his arm, and a fragment of string from Lisbeth's laundry basket was subtly placed near the bite. "Valerius! The linen. It seems these new scent-neutral sheets are harboring something. Is that string from the laundry? The laundresses are clearly not boiling them thoroughly enough. They conspire against me." Each time Fitzwilliam, in his clueless, impulsive way, caused a random, irritating bite, the Union would provide a convenient human scapegoat. The king, unable to see the flea, and conditioned to blame his staff for the vermin in the wider palace, would direct his frustration at Jenkins, Agnes, Lisbeth, or Martha. This further inflamed the staff's internal squabbles, distracting them from the true, minuscule architects of their king's new problems. Fitzwilliam, meanwhile, found his new assignment increasingly unfulfilling. The constant, subtle alarms from the bedbugs made him feel paranoid. The herded feeding zones were less succulent, and the king, while a vast source of blood, was prone to unpredictable movements when these odd, sharp bites occurred, making sustained feeding difficult. He missed the simple, reliable warmth of Bartholomew the Hound, the uncomplicated joy of a quick feast, followed by a satisfying nap in thick fur. This royal mattress was far too complicated, full of strange, silent creatures who seemed to know his every move, and giant, irritable humans who kept placing strange, accusing threads near his feeding spots. He saw no plans or intentions from the bedbugs, only a highly organized, bafflingly intelligent, and rather unnerving collective presence. After several days of this frustrating existence, Fitzwilliam, during one of Jenkins's frequent, nervous visits to the bedchamber, seized an opportunity. With a mighty leap, he propelled himself from the king's ankle onto the soft, familiar wool of Jenkins' uniform. Freedom, or at least a change of scenery. Jenkins, oblivious, merely scratched at his own leg as he left the room, his mind preoccupied with the king's latest complaint about stray hairs from Agnes. Fitzwilliam, now safely ensconced in the comforting warmth of Jenkins's armpit hair, reflected on his brief career as a royal spy. He had learned nothing, seen nothing but an unsettling level of organization among the bedbugs, and had only managed to experience chronic low-grade anxiety. He decided that espionage was not for him. His true calling, he realized, was the simple, unadulterated joy of jumping from canine to canine, unburdened by geopolitical intrigue or the baffling complexities of human-insect treaties. Back in the king's bedchamber, King Theobald complained of a new, subtle rash on Jenkins' arm, attributing it to the valet's lax hygiene standards. Lord Valerius, receiving no discernible intelligence from the flea operation, merely sighed, his face a new shade of gaunt. The diplomatic incident with Duke Roderick remained unresolved, threatening war. The palace staff continued their itchy, internal squabbles. And the Royal Bedbug Union, having successfully neutralized the threat of espionage and further fragmented the human opposition, continued their peaceful, prosperous existence, silently confirming that their counterintelligence was indeed sharper than any human could have expected. Their mattress-bound kingdom remained secure, but the human kingdom, oblivious to the true nature of its tormentors and saviors, still teetered on the brink. 16. The winter of discontent, the crisp, biting breath of winter had begun to creep into the ancient stones of King Theobald's palace. First, it was merely a sharper chill in the mornings, then a pervasive dampness that seeped into the tapestries and set old bones to aching. Soon, the great roaring fires in the hearths, once purely decorative, became matters of essential survival, their warmth struggling to penetrate the vast, cavernous spaces of the royal apartments. The very air seemed to thicken, pressing down upon the inhabitants, human and otherwise, with a quiet, insistent cold. For King Theobald, this change in season brought a new, subtle disquiet to his recently acquired nocturnal serenity. He was no longer tormented by the unlocatable itch, nor plagued by the ghostly phantom of a bedbug-free existence. The treaty of the mattress, in its peculiar wisdom, had restored his sleep. His unionized bedbugs, sleek and replete, provided their regulated pricks, ensuring a satisfying scratch, and then blessed oblivion. Yet, as the mercury plummeted, a new form of discomfort began to settle upon him. A pervasive, bone-deep chill that clung to his heavy velvet duvet, seeping into his very marrow. He would stir, shivering, pulling the blankets tighter, and find himself unable to fully warm. His body a vast, chilled landscape even beneath layers of royal wool. Deep within the elaborate infrastructure of the king's mattress, the drop in temperature was not a mere discomfort. It was a profound existential threat. The protected zones, once warm and bustling nurseries, began to feel damp and frigid. Bedbugs, ectothermic creatures by nature, found their metabolism slowing to a sluggish crawl. Their movements, once nimble and efficient, became stiff and laborious. The very act of digestion, so vital for their growth and reproduction, became a slow, arduous process, their internal furnaces struggling to extract warmth from the already cooling royal blood. Young nymphs, typically translucent and vibrant, now appeared duller, their growth stunted by the cold. Their bodies felt brittle, their antennae quivered not with excitement, but with a persistent, shiver-induced tremor. Barnaby, huddled deep within a network of threads near the mattress's very core, felt the cold acutely. His ancient exoskeleton, usually radiating a contented warmth from recent meals, now felt brittle and unyielding. The very air around him, once a comforting envelope of regulated warmth, now seemed to press in, chilling him to his very core. He saw the faint, almost imperceptible sheen of condensation on the nearby threads, a grim testament to the penetrating damp. "This will not do," Barnaby clicked, his voice a low, resonant scrape against the chilling fabric. He was addressing Pippa and Reginald, who were huddled close, their antennae drooping slightly in the pervasive cold. The designated feeding window is useless if the blood is cold. It thickens. It flows sluggishly. And the king's own surface is often too cool to allow for proper, efficient engorgement. We extract barely half the sustenance we require before our proboscises stiffen from the chill. Pippa, usually quick to anger, merely shivered, a tiny, almost imperceptible vibration. My mandibles ache from the effort, Barnaby. And the young ones. Their nurseries, once thriving, are now slow and quiescent. We require warmth. Sustained warmth, independent of the king's own fluctuating body temperature, and certainly independent of his habit of throwing off his heavy covers in restless chills. Her words were punctuated by a chattering of tiny legs against the threads. Reginald, ever the meticulous observer, presented his grim findings. Our reproductive rate has plummeted by over 70% in the past week alone. Our nymphs are developing slowly, many succumbing to the cold before reaching maturity. Our very population is in decline. The sanctuary seems offer protection from the broom, yes, but not from the pervasive chill of winter. This is a new threat, Barnaby, one not covered by the treaty. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the cold air. Their hard-won peace with the king was being undermined by the relentless, indifferent march of the seasons. They had achieved autonomy, but not immunity from the natural world. Their very survival, so recently secured, was once again imperiled. The Union convened an emergency council, deep within the warmest, most protected core of the mattress, where the faintest residual warmth of the king's massive body still lingered. The debate was brief, punctuated by the nervous clicks of shivering members. The consensus was swift and unanimous. They needed warmth, but not just any warmth. They needed consistent, controllable warmth. Barnaby, with his long memory of royal habits, recalled the rare instances when the king, suffering from a particularly vicious chill, would demand a warming pan for his feet. It was a cumbersome, localized heat source, but it had provided fleeting comfort. They needed something better, something all-encompassing. We cannot demand a permanent summer, Barnaby clicked, his voice tinged with a dry humor that barely masked the seriousness of the situation. Nor can we compel the king to wear heated garments, but we can demand the means to sustain our environment. We require supplemental warmth. We require heated blankets. A stunned silence fell over the assembly, broken only by the faint tremors of shivering. Heated blankets. The very concept was audacious. It was a luxury virtually unheard of, even for royalty. The king himself, for all his opulence, relied on mere layers of wool and velvet, and the warmth of his own considerable bulk. To demand artificial, consistent warmth was to push the boundaries of their negotiated peace into truly unprecedented territory. It was a demand that would elevate their comfort beyond even that of their human host. Heated blankets? Pippa finally clicked, a note of incredulous awe in her voice. Barnaby, the king does not even possess such an extravagance. He uses crude warming pans, or simply piles on more layers of wool. How can we demand something he himself does not enjoy? Precisely, Pippa, Barnaby replied, a faint, almost triumphant click resonating. This is precisely our leverage. We have demonstrated our ability to providing the king with the one thing he values above all else, undisturbed sleep. Without our efficient, disciplined service, he will revert to his previous torment. If his blood grows cold, if our bodies slow, if our nurseries fail, then our service will diminish. His sleep will suffer, and he, in his endless capacity for self-preservation, will recognize that his comfort is inextricably linked to ours. The new demand was meticulously formulated, a bold extension of their established rights. It was not merely about comfort, they reasoned, but about productivity and sustainability. Cold bedbugs were inefficient bedbugs. Inefficient bedbugs meant a less well-served king. Our demand, Barnaby declared, his voice firm despite the pervasive chill, shall be In that the king's royal bed be equipped with a mechanism for consistent supplemental warmth, ideally in the form of heated underblankets or similar technology, ensuring a stable and optimal environmental temperature within the mattress structure at all times, and by guaranteeing the sustained health. The implementation of this demand was subtle, yet immediately impactful. The bedbugs did not stage a full strike. That was too risky in the bitter cold. Instead, they enacted a cold service reduction. When the king's body temperature dropped below a certain optimal threshold, or when the bedchamber itself became particularly frigid, the union members would simply become less efficient. Their bites, while still delivered, would be shallower, less satisfying. Their movements, when the king stirred, would be slower, less agile, making the irritation more prolonged, less defined, and therefore less easily scratched away. The cumulative effect was a return of that nagging, unlocatable discomfort, a pervasive sense of chill that the king, for all his blankets, could not banish. The king, having recently tasted the nectar of deep sleep, was quick to notice the subtle, yet maddening deterioration. He would wake, not in a panic, but with a persistent sense of being underwarmed. His skin would feel slightly clammy, and he would shiver despite the weight of his duvets. The bites, while still present, felt less impactful, less definitive, leading to a lingering, unsatisfying itch that refused to be fully assuaged. He would toss and turn, a restless, cold figure, in a vast, cold bed, convinced that some malevolent spirit was stealing his warmth. Valerius, the king, would croak into the pre-dawn gloom, his voice imbued with a familiar, weary frustration. "My bed. It feels cold, chilled to the bone. And the itching. It is less precise now, less satisfying. I feel as though I am being pricked by 1,000 tiny icicles rather than my usual helpful little tormentors." He would scratch vaguely at his thigh, then his chest, unable to pinpoint the source of his new discomfort. Lord Valerius, who had just begun to recover his sleep after the diplomatic incident, found himself once again summoned at ungodly hours. He found the king not raving, but shivering, his teeth chattering, his face pale with a new kind of exasperation. "Your Majesty," Valerius would stammer, attempting to reason, "it is merely winter, a natural phenomenon. We have stoked the hearths to their maximum. Perhaps an extra hot bricks in your sheets. A stronger cordial before bed. Hot bricks are clumsy, Valerius. And cordials only make me sweat, then freeze again." The king would retort, pulling his covers tighter. "No, this is different. This is a deliberate chill, a calculated discomfort. Those tiny fiends. They conspire against me even in the depths of winter. They want something. I feel it. They are making me cold on purpose." Valerius, his mind already reeling from the complexities of the Duke of Roderick's demands for recompense, and the ongoing itchy squabbles amongst the palace staff. Agnes now openly accusing Jenkins of sabotaging her broom with grease from the kitchens, could barely comprehend this new royal delusion. He dismissed the king's theory of deliberate chill as the product of a mind still fragile from past sleep deprivation. He merely ordered more firewood, heavier drapes, and a particularly strong draught from the royal alchemist, hoping the king would simply succumb to natural blissful oblivion. But the king did not. His sleep continued to deteriorate, plagued by a restless, unshakable chill. His nights became a battle against an invisible, pervasive cold, a battle he was steadily losing. The royal bedbugs, observing the king's mounting discomfort from their own chilled, sluggish existence, maintained their cold service reduction with resolute discipline. They understood the stakes, their very survival. They knew that their continued, albeit diminished, bites, combined with the lingering, unsatisfied itch, and the king's mounting cold, would eventually lead him to connect his suffering to their plight, just as he had before. The palace staff, meanwhile, were too consumed by their own human dramas to notice the bedbug's latest audacious demand. Agnes, convinced her sanctuary seams were now infested with lice brought in by the stables, redoubled her sweeping efforts, now aiming for any moving speck under the bed, regardless of species. Lisbeth and Martha continued their bitter feuds over laundry cleanliness and kitchen waste. The spy in the sheets incident had faded into memory, replaced by the mundane, but equally potent, chaos of internal human strife. The king, shivering beneath his regal blankets, began to associate his new discomfort with the very bedbugs who previously had provided such a precise and satisfying torment. They were still there, he knew. He could feel their faint pricks. But the satisfaction was gone, replaced by a lingering, gnawing sense of cold. His mind once again began to turn towards negotiation. He craved the deep, unbothered warmth of true sleep, a warmth he now realized was intertwined with the comfort of his minuscule tenants. The bedbugs, in their silent, shivering resolve, were pushing the boundaries of their power, demanding a luxury even the monarch did not possess, for the simple, undeniable reason that their very existence depended upon it. The winter of discontent, for both king and bedbug, was just truly beginning. 17. The peasant solidarity, the deep, pervasive chill of winter, had settled over King Theobald's palace like a shroud of damp, heavy stone. Fires roared in cavernous hearths, yet their warmth struggled to penetrate the vast, echoing halls, leaving pockets of bitter cold that clung to tapestries and seeped into the very marrow of all who dwelt within. King Theobald, though no longer plagued by the maddening, unlocatable itch of bedbug-induced sleeplessness, found his nights a new distinct form of torment, a pervasive, bone-deep cold that his lavish velvet duvets and thick wool blankets could not entirely dispel. He shivered, he tossed, he turned, a vast, restless mound of royal flesh, convinced that some unseen malevolence was deliberately siphoning his warmth. His sleep, while present, was no longer the deep, restorative oblivion he craved, but a restless shiver-punctuated respite, leaving him haggard and irritable each morning. The cold service reduction enacted by his unionized bedbugs was working with chilling efficiency. Deep within the very heart of the royal mattress, the royal bedbug union huddled, their tiny bodies stiff and sluggish in the pervasive chill. The protected zones, once bustling nurseries of translucent nymphs, were now quiet, almost stagnant, their inhabitants barely moving, their growth rates plummeting. Digestion was a painful, slow process, extracting meager warmth from the cooling royal blood. Their hard-won peace with the king, bought at the cost of starvation and strategic sacrifice, was now threatened by the indifferent cruelty of the season. Barnaby, his exoskeleton brittle with cold, felt the biting chill in his very core. He observed the king's frantic shivers above, sensing the escalating frustration in the royal pheromonal output. It was a victory, certainly, but a Pyrrhic one, if they froze into immobility. Pippa, her antennae drooping with lethargy, lamented, "This is worse than the lavender." At least the lavender allowed us to feed, even if it was an aromatic insult. This cold, it saps the very will to bite. Our limbs stiffen. Our proboscises feel like shards of ice. Her voice was a low, chattering click, muffled by the layers of thread. Reginald, ever the pragmatist, confirmed their dire straits. The Queen's chambers, though rarely occupied by His Majesty, are even colder. And the guest rooms, after the Duke's unfortunate incident, are meticulously aired and therefore frigid. Our attempts at temporary relocation have been met with an unyielding, bitter cold. Our population is dwindling, Barnaby. The nymphs cannot survive this. The truth was stark. The bedbugs needed warmth, a consistent, controllable warmth that the king, for all his royal power, did not provide, nor seemingly understand the need for. Their cold service reduction was working on the king, making him restless and cold, but it was also slowly killing them. The treaty of the mattress had granted them rights, but not immunity from the elements. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the palace, a different kind of battle was raging. The human staff, now burdened by the constant targeted bites of the bedbug's strategic defense, had devolved into a state of chronic, itchy paranoia. Agnes, the chambermaid, her face a map of fresh, angry welts, blamed Lisbeth, the laundress, for inadequate boiling. Lisbeth, covered in her own constellation of red marks, accused Gareth, the stable hand, of tracking in fleas and other outdoor vermin. Old Martha, the cook, now cooked with one hand, the other perpetually scratching her neck, convinced young Tom, the pot boy, was contaminating her kitchen with unseen pests. The king, in his sleep-deprived state, simply ordered more aggressive cleaning, more herbal infusions, which only exacerbated the bedbug's discomfort and the staff's irritation, and more blame-shifting. The human counter-revolution against the bedbugs, initially united, had dissolved into a bitter, internecine war of mutual accusation. But even amidst this localized itchy chaos, the biting cold of winter began to exert its unifying pressure. The palace was not just cold for the king, it was cold for everyone. The servants' quarters, often mere unheated stone cells in the deepest, most drafty parts of the castle, became unbearable. Their meager rations, while slightly improved, offered little comfort against the bone-deep chill. They shivered at their posts, their fingers clumsy with cold, their breath visible in the frigid air of the scullery and the stables. One particularly bitter morning, as the palace groaned under a fresh blanket of snow, Agnes stood shivering in the king's bedchamber. She had just completed her warning thump on the bedpost, a gesture she still found utterly absurd, and was about to begin her subterranean sweep beneath the bed. Her broom, bristled stiff with cold, felt inadequate for the task. Her own body, covered in angry red welts, ached from incessant scratching and the relentless chill. She glanced at the king, who lay in his vast bed, shivering visibly beneath his layers of velvet. His teeth were chattering, and he clutched a warming pan to his chest, its meager heat doing little against the immense cold. Agnes sighed, a thin plume of vapor escaping her lips. She hated the bedbugs, truly she did. But she couldn't deny that the king, for all his finery, was just as cold as she was. And the bedbugs themselves, she had, in recent days, noticed their movements were slower. Their forms duller, less vibrant. Even the tiny thread-woven messages she occasionally saw in the mattress seemed to have a faint, brittle quality to them, as if the very threads were stiff with cold. They were just as affected by the biting chill as she was. The king's suffering, she realized, was no longer merely about invisible bites. It was about the universal, undeniable misery of being profoundly, relentlessly cold. In the kitchen, old Martha, huddled by a meager fire, her hands wrapped around a cup of thin broth, watched young Tom blow on his fingers, his teeth chattering. "This cold, Tom," she rasped, "it goes right through ye. The king himself, he's complaining of it, and they say his little allies in the bed are suffering too." Heard Jenkins muttering about their metabolic efficiency being hampered. Young Tom, wide-eyed, shivered. "So, the bugs get cold too? Just like us." The thought was strangely disarming. He had always seen them as mindless, irritating forces of nature. The idea that they too felt the penetrating cold, suffered from it, made them seem almost understandable. Almost. A hesitant realization began to dawn across the staff. The bedbugs, their unseen tormentors, were also, in a strange, unacknowledged way, fellow inhabitants of this freezing palace. Their initial triumph, the Treaty of the Mattress, had indeed highlighted their power. But now, that power was being challenged by a greater, more impersonal force. Winter itself. And in facing that force, their fates, for once, seemed aligned. The king's sleep, their own comfort, and the very survival of the bedbugs now hinged on one thing: warmth. In the deep, cold recesses of the mattress, Barnaby felt the shift in human pheromones. The acrid scent of suspicion and accusation, which had permeated the staff quarters for weeks, was slowly, subtly, being replaced by something else. A faint, underlying aroma of shared discomfort, of pervasive chill, and, perhaps, a nasty... He also noted a slight, almost imperceptible softening in Agnes's sweeping technique directly under the bed, a momentary hesitation that seemed to acknowledge the vulnerability of the cold-slowed bedbugs. The laundresses, too, while still boiling their linens, were now using the steaming water to try and warm their own numb hands, rather than purely for punitive cleansing. The extreme hygiene born of revenge was becoming a desperate fight against the cold. Barnaby called another, even more urgent, union meeting. "Friends," he clicked, his voice a series of brittle sounds in the frigid air, "the humans are suffering. From the cold, yes, but also from the chaos that our initial actions and their own responses have created. Their internal squabbles are weakening them, and their efforts at extreme hygiene, born of resentment, are now being driven by their own desperate need for warmth. They boil water not just to cleanse, but to warm themselves. They sweep not just to eradicate, but to move and generate heat. They are beginning to understand the common enemy, this pervasive cold." Pippa surprisingly offered a pragmatic perspective. "They have not ceased their attacks entirely, Barnaby, but their venom is diluted by the chill, and their movements are less precise. I saw Agnes nearly trip over her own broomstick yesterday. She was so numb with cold." Reginald, always thinking strategically, clicked. "This common enemy presents an opportunity. We have demonstrated our power to inflict torment. Now, we must demonstrate our ability to provide relief, not just for the king, but for the entire system. If the king gains warmth, so too will we. And perhaps, if the humans understand that our collective well-being benefits them, they might cease their retaliatory measures." The decision was made. The Union would shift its strategy from pure demand-driven strikes and targeted counterbites to a subtle, almost imperceptible demonstration of mutual dependence. Their cold service reduction would continue on the king, emphasizing his discomfort. But, crucially, they would begin to subtly alleviate the itching on the staff members who showed any sign of recognizing their shared plight. A small elite group of Union members, led by Reginald, volunteered for these diplomatic missions. They would discreetly infiltrate the servants' quarters, seeking out the most heavily bitten staff members, Agnes, Lisbeth, Martha, Gareth. Instead of delivering agonizing, strategic bites, they would offer small, comforting pricks, just enough to alleviate the general itchiness without causing new welts or discomfort. They would feed just enough to relieve their own hunger, then retreat, leaving behind a subtle, almost imperceptible pheromonal trail of calm and relief. The message was silent but potent. Cooperation could bring comfort. Agnes, one morning, awoke to find her incessant itching noticeably lessened. The familiar fiery welts were fading, and new, maddening pricks were less frequent. She looked at her cot, then her blanket. She scowled. "Strange," she muttered to herself. "Perhaps that extra scrubbing I gave my mattress yesterday finally did some good." She still blamed the laundresses and stable hands, but the immediate torment had lessened. Lisbeth, too, felt a strange easing of her own nightly torment. She attributed it to her new, slightly less zealous approach to the laundry, allowing the water to retain a whisper more warmth. "Perhaps these bedbugs are simply less active in the cold," she mused aloud, a rare moment of philosophical contemplation for a laundress. Old Martha, surprisingly, found her back aching less, and her skin less agitated. She even began to sleep for a few consecutive hours. She looked at young Tom, who was also looking less haggard. "Something is changing, Tom," she whispered, her voice conspiratorial. "The king is still cold, but our own discomfort, it's lessened. It's as if the little fiends are no longer so angry with us. Perhaps they, too, wish for warmth, and realize that we must work together to achieve it." This was the genesis of the uneasy alliance. It was not born of friendship or even understanding, but of a shared, pragmatic need for survival against the oppressive winter. The bedbugs, from their cold, vulnerable positions, realized that their survival depended not just on the king's discomfort, but on the cooperation of the humans who managed his environment. The humans, particularly the staff, began to grudgingly acknowledge that the bedbugs, for all their irritating nature, possessed a strange, potent power, and that perhaps, if one addressed the bedbug's yoni needs, one might alleviate one's jonin suffering. The Treaty of the Mattress, once a document of humiliation for the king, began to acquire a new, unexpected layer of meaning. It was not just about the king's sleep, but about the delicate, unseen interdependencies that governed life under the royal roof. Chaos, once looming, was now being channeled into a reluctant, mutually beneficial collaboration. The bedbugs needed warmth, and the humans, tired of endless itching and freezing nights, slowly began to realize that perhaps, just perhaps, fulfilling that peculiar insectoid demand was the swiftest path to their own grudging comfort. The stage was set for a truly remarkable, if entirely unspoken, alliance. 18th. The final straw, the heavy, pervasive chill of deep winter, had truly conquered King Theobald's palace, seeping into every crevice, chilling every stone and settling, like a malicious spirit, into the very bones of its inhabitants. Fires in vast hearths roared and crackled, devouring mountains of seasoned oak, yet their warmth merely nibbled at the edges of the vast, echoing chambers. King Theobald, despite his Treaty of the Mattress, found himself locked in a new, more insidious battle against the cold. His nights, though mercifully free from the maddening, unlocatable itch, were now a torment of relentless shivering, of cold-numbed limbs, and a pervasive bone-deep chill that his thickest velvet duvets and most opulent wool blankets could not dispel. He tossed and turned, a vast, restless mound of frigid flesh, convinced that some malevolent force was actively stealing his warmth, leaving him exhausted, irritable, and profoundly, dangerously cold each morning. The cold service reduction enacted by his unionized bedbugs was working with a chilling, literal efficiency. Deep within the monumental architecture of his mattress, the Royal Bedbug Union huddled, their tiny bodies stiff and sluggish, their movements lethargic. The once bustling protected zones, their nurseries, were quiet, almost entirely devoid of the vibrant, translucent nymphs that usually populated them. Growth had ceased. Reproduction was a rare, almost impossible event. Digestion, even of the pure, untainted royal blood, was a slow, arduous process, yielding little warmth. Barnaby, his ancient exoskeleton brittle with cold, felt the biting chill in his very core. He observed the king's frantic shivers, sensing the escalating desperation in the royal pheromonal output. Their strategy was working, certainly, but at what cost? Their very existence hung in the balance, threatened not by human wrath, but by the indifferent creeping frost. Pippa, her antennae drooping with lethargy, clicked a mournful lament. This cold Barnaby, it is a tyranny, worse than any fumigation. And at least with fumigation, there's an end, a chance for cleansing. This is a slow, agonizing descent into immobility. My mandibles ache. My proboscis refuses to penetrate a cold vein without feeling as though it might shatter. Her voice was a low, chattering sound, muffled by the layers of horsehair. Reginald huddled close. His own body stiff confirmed their dire straits. Our population is in decline, Barnaby. The nymphs cannot survive this. Even the most robust among us struggle to maintain internal warmth. We cannot sustain this reduction in service for much longer. The king's discomfort must reach a tipping point before our own survival becomes untenable. The bedbug's hard-won peace with the king was being undermined by the relentless, indifferent march of the seasons, and their own vulnerability to the elements. They had demonstrated their power to inflict torment, but their own demands for warmth, a luxury even the king did not possess, remained unheeded. The delicate balance they had struck was teetering. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the palace, the human staff continued their own self-inflicted struggles. Strategic biting and misinformation campaign orchestrated by the Union had largely succeeded in turning the staff against one another. Agnes, the chambermaid, covered in faded welts and fresh pricks, muttered darkly about Lisbeth, the laundress underboiling the linen, or young Tom, the potboy, contaminating her newly scrubbed floors with some unknown filth. Lisbeth, perpetually itchy, blamed Gareth, the stable hand, for tracking in unseen pests from the kennels, which she was convinced were now breeding in her laundry baskets. Old Martha, the cook, her hands perpetually hovering at her neck, accused everyone of bringing the itching into her pristine kitchen. The king, though benefiting from his own controlled bites, still attributed his own discomfort, the pervasive cold that clung to him, to the general incompetence and internal squabbling of his staff. He barked orders for more firewood, thicker drapes, and warmer cordials, but nothing seemed to penetrate the bone-deep chill that had invaded his regal sleep. The diplomatic crisis with Duke Roderick, a direct result of ununionized bedbugs in the guest suite, still loomed, threatening to drag the kingdom into a costly and senseless war. Lord Valerius, his face a new shade of ashen gray, shuttled between the king's frigid bedchamber and the war council, attempting to mollify the duke's demands for recompense, all while privately fearing that the king's bedbug theory of conflict was not entirely baseless. One particularly brutal morning, as the palace groaned under the weight of a fresh, biting blizzard, King Theobald awoke, not to the familiar, comforting pricks that promised a good day's rest, but to a chilling, clammy cold that had permeated his very bones. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. His vast body trembled beneath his mountains of bedding. He threw off his covers with a frustrated roar, his eyes scanning the room as if expecting the very air to visibly freeze. His sleep, though technically uninterrupted, had been a fitful battle against the pervasive chill, leaving him more exhausted than if he had not slept at all. He felt utterly, completely, unforgivingly cold. And then, just as Jenkins, the valet, entered with the king's morning tonic, a fresh, distinct, agonizingly sharp prick registered on the king's forearm. It was not the usual disciplined Union bite. It was a single desperate, clumsy puncture, delivered by a half-frozen, sluggish nymph, too weak to properly select a comfortable vein, too cold to retreat swiftly. The prick lingered, a dull, aching throb, unlike the satisfying sting he had grown accustomed to. It was not enough to provide relief, only prolonged irritation. The king looked down at his arm, his eyes wide with sudden, cold fury. He saw no bedbug, of course, but the small, angry red mark was undeniable. This was the final straw. The cold, the diplomatic crisis, the staff's incessant bickering, his own profound discomfort, and now Thiz, a rogue. Incompetent bite from his supposed allies, a direct violation of their treaty. He had granted them rights. He had suffered their previous demands. He had even provided scent-neutral linens, and in return they allowed him to freeze and delivered clumsy, unsatisfying pricks. Enough. King Theobald bellowed, his voice, though still raspy, carrying the raw, unbridled fury of a man pushed beyond all endurance. His face purpled, his bloodshot eyes bulging. He leaped from his bed, his voluminous nightshirt flapping around him, and pointed a trembling accusatory finger at the offending mattress. This infernal bed, it is the source of all my torment. It is a cursed, freezing, treacherous monument to my suffering. It harbors these ungrateful, undisciplined fiends. It whispers defiance. It conspires with the very elements to torment me. He spun to face Jenkins, who stood frozen with the tonic tray. Jenkins! Summon the Royal Pyromancer. The Royal Engineers. The entire Royal Fire Brigade, if necessary. Jenkins stammered, Your Majesty? But for what purpose? For what purpose, you blithering idiot? The king shrieked, his voice escalating into a terrifying guttural roar. To burn it. Burn it all. The mattress. The frame. The pillows. Every thread. Every horsehair. Every accursed seam that harbors these ungrateful, chilling, incompetent creatures. I will have no more of it. No more treaties. No more sanctuary seams. I will purify this chamber with fire. I will banish this source of my torment forever. I will burn it to ash. He was practically frothing at the mouth, his face a distorted mask of sleep-deprived, frigid rage. Jenkins, aghast, dropped the tonic tray with a clatter. Burn the royal bed, Your Majesty, but it is an antique, a priceless artifact, and the risk to the palace. The fire risk? The king shrieked, his voice cracking. What is the risk of fire compared to the torment of an endlessly itching, perpetually freezing, sleepless monarch? Do it, Jenkins. Now. Before I burn it myself with my bare hands, down within the chilling depths of the mattress, a wave of profound, terrifying alarm rippled through the royal bed-bug union. The king's bellow, raw and unhinged, resonated through their world with a force that shook them to their very core. It was a sound of absolute, unreasoning fury, a final, definitive declaration of war. Barnaby, Pippa, and Reginald, already gathered for their emergency council in their cold, stiffened state, felt the vibrations. Fire! Pippa clicked, her voice a shrill, terrified scrape against the fabric. He means to burn us. All of us. The treaty. It means nothing. Reginald, usually unflappable, quivered. A desperate, irrational act. But effective. This is the ultimate cleansing. We cannot survive heat of that magnitude. Barnaby, however, despite the cold and the profound, immediate terror, remained calm. His ancient wisdom, honed by generations of adapting to the unpredictable whims of giants, had foreseen such a possibility. He had lived through one fumigation attempt and countless close calls with Agnes' more benign implements. He knew that humans, when truly pushed, resorted to ultimate solution. Silence. Barnaby clicked, his voice carrying surprising authority, cutting through the rising tide of terrified murmurs. This is not unexpected. I have felt the king's mounting desperation. I have seen the human's unpredictable nature. We have always known that ultimate destruction was a possibility. And we prepared. Indeed, they had. In the cold, slow days of winter, even as they pushed their cold service reduction, Barnaby, with Reginald's meticulous mapping and Pippa's daring reconnaissance, had quietly, painstakingly drafted and rehearsed evacuation protocols. These were not just theoretical plans. They were established pathways, known safe zones beyond the mattress, tested routes of retreat. Listen carefully. Barnaby commanded, his clicks sharp and urgent. The king's madness is our signal. Fazared. The great retreat. Every union member. Gather your immediate family. Nymphs first. Follow the designated routes. No foraging. No lingering. Move with speed and precision. We must vacate the mattress within the hour. The message, delivered through a rapid-fire sequence of urgent pheromones and specific coded clicks, spread like wildfire through the bed-bug community. There was no time for panic, only for grim, disciplined action. Families huddled together, parents nudging their sluggish nymphs, urging them forward. The evacuation routes were ingenious, a testament to the Union's deep knowledge of the palace's hidden architecture. Ota Alpha, the tapestry descent. For those near the edge of the mattress, the heaviest velvet tapestries, which draped from ceiling to floor, offered a precarious but viable descent route. These massive cloths, thick with centuries of dust and grime, provided ample clinging surfaces and hidden folds. The plan: descend the tapestry, then move along the stone floor, seeking warmth and shelter in the narrow gaps beneath the chamber's heavy wooden wainscoting. Route Beta, the bed leg bypass. For those nestled deep within the mattress's core, a network of previously unused, dust-choked channels led down to the massive, carved wooden legs of the bed frame. These legs, ancient and riddled with tiny cracks and imperfections, offered a vertical highway to the floor. From there, the route continued along the dust-lined edges of the rug, aiming for the dark, undisturbed space beneath the king's heavy gilded wardrobe. A temporary safe haven. Route Gamma, the wall crevice traverse. The most perilous but fastest route for the truly desperate, involving a quick dash across the exposed linen surface to the nearest wall, then a precarious climb up the heavy velvet bed hangings, and a desperate scramble into the narrow cold crevices between the stone blocks of the palace wall itself, leading to the interconnected, unseen labyrinth. This route offered deeper, long-term sanctuary, but risked exposure and cold shock. Under the chaotic bellowing of the king and the frantic movements of Jenkins, the palace staff began to mobilize. The royal pyromancer, a man accustomed to ceremonial bonfires, looked aghast at the thought of igniting a royal mattress indoors. The royal engineers, summoned from their warm workshops, scratched their heads, contemplating the logistics of moving such a monumental, centuries-old piece of furniture. Agnes, the chambermaid, her face a mask of horror, watched as Jenkins, with the help of two bewildered guards, began to pull the heavy duvet from the mattress. The thought of her meticulously maintained chamber being turned into an inferno of all her hard work undone was utterly anathema to her. Her initial resentment for the bedbugs was momentarily forgotten, replaced by a profound professional dread. She had hated them, yes, but they were a manageable nuisance, a part of her daily ritualized cleaning. Burning the entire bed was an act of utter, destructive madness, a terrifying violation of the very order she spent her life maintaining. The human staff, from the laundresses to the stable hands, heard the king's furious decree spreading through the palace, and a collective gasp of disbelief rippled through them. This was not a negotiation. This was utter, irrational destruction. Their fragile solidarity, forged in the chill of winter and the shared torment of itching, solidified further. The king's madness was now a direct threat to Adamum, their livelihoods, and the very structure of the palace they served. As the king continued his enraged shouts, Jenkins and the guards, straining, managed to heave one side of the enormous mattress, pulling it away from the bed frame. A flurry of tiny silent movement erupted from the exposed underside. The royal bedbug union, a desperate, disciplined torrent, poured from the seams, their tiny legs moving with a speed born of pure primal fear. They scurried down the carved bed legs, scrambled along the dusty floorboards, and disappeared into the various escape routes, a living, chitinous tide vanishing into the unseen cracks and crevices of the ancient palace walls. They left behind only the vast, cold, empty spaces within the mattress, the silence of their recently abandoned nurseries. They flowed like a dark, living liquid, a perfectly coordinated exodus, fulfilling every detail of Barnaby's meticulously crafted evacuation plans. The king, still consumed by his fiery delirium, stumbled onto the now exposed bed frame, grabbing a decorative pillow and tearing at it. Burn it all!" he shrieked, his voice raw. He imagined the satisfying conflagration, the purification by flame, the final end to his torment. He envisioned his newfound, blissful sleep returning, uninterrupted by cold or clumsy bites. But as the heavy mattress was finally dragged from the bed frame and pulled clumsily towards the center of the bedchamber, ready for its fiery end, a subtle change occurred. The king, exhausted by his own rage, sagged onto a nearby velvet chaise. The clammy cold, which had been the catalyst for his fury, still clung to him, perhaps even more acutely now that the bed's bulk was gone. And the single, clumsy bite that had been the final straw for him, the one delivered by the half-frozen nymph, remained a dull, aching throb on his forearm. A phantom limb of irritation. There were no new, satisfying pricks, no glorious scratches to look forward to. His skin, strangely, felt empty, too clean, too devoid of sensation. He looked at the vast, empty bed frame, then at the massive, inert mattress being readied for destruction, and a faint, cold shiver, unrelated to the ambient temperature, passed through him. He had banished the source of his torment, yes, but he had also banished the source of his sleep, the very mechanism that had, however inconveniently, allowed him rest. He was left with the cold, the lingering ache of a single, unsatisfying bite, and the chilling emptiness of a bed that was now truly, utterly barren. The royal bed bugs in their silent, swift retreat had left him with exactly what he claimed to want, a bed entirely free of them. And in doing so, they had condemned him to a true, profound, and utterly unmitigated sleeplessness, a torment far worse than any they had previously inflicted. For the king, the final straw had been pulled, and the consequences, as always, were entirely unforeseen. 19. The exodus, the heavy, biting breath of winter, now imbued with the acrid scent of impending combustion, settled like a funereal pall over King Theobald's palace. The royal bedchamber, once a monument to opulence, was transformed into a bizarre theater of desperate human activity. King Theobald, his face a mottled mask of sleep-deprived fury and bone-deep cold, paced before his monstrous bed, bellowing orders to burn it all, to purify the source of his torment in a cleansing inferno. Jenkins, the valet, and two bewildered guards strained against the immense weight of the mattress, its horsehair bulk a silent, inert witness to the king's irrational rage. Agnes, the chambermaid, her face contorted in a mask of professional horror, watched as the symbol of her meticulous dedication was dragged towards its fiery end. The air thrummed with human chaos, the clatter of dropped objects, the frantic scurry of feet, and the king's raw, cracking voice. Deep within the very heart of that colossal mattress, the royal bed-bug union vibrated not with panic, but with a grim, disciplined urgency. Barnaby's command, delivered with a forceful, resonant series of clicks, had been absolute. Phase red. The Great Retreat. Every union member, even the most cold-stiffened and lethargic nymph, was to move. There was no time for hesitation, no room for individual fear, only the primal instinct for survival, honed by generations of precarious existence. The king's bellowing, that high, unhinged shriek of fire and destruction, was the final, undeniable signal. The exodus began, a silent, disciplined torrent of chitinous forms, pouring from the suddenly exposed seams and interior pathways of the mattress. Under the chaotic bellowing of the king and the straining grunts of the palace staff, the bedbugs executed their meticulously drafted evacuation plans. Route Alpha, the tapestry descent, claimed its refugees first. A vanguard of agile foragers, led by Pippa, their antennae twitching with a mixture of fear and daring, scurried across the exposed linen surface of the mattress edge. From there, they launched themselves onto the nearest heavy velvet tapestry, which hung like a colossal vertical forest, its dense pile offering countless clinging surfaces. Down they went, a dark, flowing stream against the rich fabric, their 6 legs scrabbling for purchase, their bodies trembling from the vertical traverse. The descent was long, perilous, fraught with the risk of dislodgment, but the lure of the stone floor below, and the promise of hidden crevices, propelled them onward. Pippa, true to form, was the first to reach the floor, landing with a soft, barely audible click in a drift of ancient dust. She paused, surveying the vast cold expanse of the bedchamber floor. Her pheromones, a silent beacon, guided the others, urging them towards the narrow, dust-choked gaps beneath the chamber's heavy wooden wainscoting. Here, in the chill, unexplored labyrinth between the stone wall and the decorative paneling, was their temporary sanctuary. They flowed into the darkness, a living river vanishing into the cracks, their tiny forms disappearing from the immediate purview of the giants above. Root Beta, the bed leg bypass, served the bedbugs nestled deeper within the mattress core. Reginald, ever the meticulous strategist, oversaw this more complex operation. His voice, a steady guiding series of clicks, directed the flow. From the mattress exposed underside, a network of long, previously unused, dust-choked channels led directly to the massive carved wooden legs of the bed frame. These legs, ancient and riddled with tiny cracks, splintered imperfections, and the accumulated grime of centuries, offered a perilous vertical highway. The bedbugs, nudged by their leaders, scrambled down, a steady stream of descending forms, their delicate legs finding purchase on the rough wood. They could feel the vibrations of human hands on the mattress above, the straining, grunting sounds of it being dragged, but they were committed to their path. Once on the floor, Reginald's contingent moved with grim purpose along the dust-lined edges of the plush rug, aiming for the deep, undisturbed shadows beneath the king's heavy, gilded wardrobe. This colossal piece of furniture, immovable and rarely disturbed, promised a temporary safe haven, a dark, relatively secluded haven, until further plans could be formulated. They flowed into the gloom, their tiny bodies shivering from the open exposure, but driven by the instinct to survive. Route Gamma, the wall crevice traverse, was the most perilous, but offered the deepest long-term sanctuary within the very structure of the palace. This route was taken by the most desperate, the most daring, or those whose location made it the only viable option. It involved a swift, terrifying dash across the exposed linen surface of the mattress to the nearest stone wall, a vast vertical precipice. From there, a precarious climb up the heavy velvet bed hangings, which, unlike the tapestries, were often less dusty and offered less purchase. This required immense effort and luck, but the reward was the narrow, almost invisible crevices between the cold stone blocks of the palace wall itself. These fissures, unseen by human eyes, formed an interconnected, unseen labyrinth that permeated the entire palace. It was cold, certainly, and utterly devoid of immediate sustenance, but it was a true, long-term sanctuary, a deep, unassailable refuge from human wrath. A determined, silent stream of bedbugs, guided by their innate understanding of structure and hidden pathways, vanished into these narrow, dark cracks, prepared to endure the profound cold for the promise of ultimate safety. Barnaby, the last to leave the now almost empty mattress, paused at the threshold of his familiar divot. The king's bellowing continued above, a raw, almost bestial sound of unbridled fury. He felt the cold, the deep, pervasive chill that had driven them from their home. But as he looked back at the vast, emptying expanse of horsehair and thread, he felt not regret, but a profound, almost chilling sense of satisfaction. They had, in their silence, forced the king to destroy his own comfort. They had demonstrated with devastating clarity their absolute indispensability. With a final deliberate scrape of his leg, Barnaby followed the last of his brethren, disappearing into the cold, protective embrace of the palace's hidden architecture. The royal mattress, now bereft of its thriving, unionized population, was indeed barren. Up above, the human world continued its frantic, bewildered dance. The royal pyromancer, a portly man with a perpetually singed beard, stood aghast before the king, explaining the immense risks of igniting such a large, flammable object within the ancient timber-framed palace. Sparks, he stammered, would catch on the tapestries, on the very ceiling beams. The entire wing could be lost. The king, though still raging, possessed enough residual reason to grasp the danger of immolating his entire residence. Then take it outside. King Theobald shrieked, his voice raw from the exertion. Burn it in the courtyard. Burn it to ash where it can do no further harm. Jenkins, relief flooding him that the palace itself would not be ignited, hastily organized a contingent of guards and stable hands to drag the monumental mattress through the palace corridors, down the great stairs, and out into the snow-covered court. It was a Herculean task, the heavy, cumbersome object scraping and thudding against the polished floors, leaving trails of dislodged horsehair and ancient dust. As the mattress was finally pulled from the bed frame, King Theobald sagged onto a nearby velvet chaise, exhausted by his own fury. The chilling cold, which had been the catalyst for his rage, still clung to him perhaps even more acutely now that the bed's familiar bulk was gone. And the single clumsy bite that had been the final straw for him, the one delivered by the half-frozen nymph, remained a dull, aching throb on his forearm, a phantom limb of irritation. There were no new, satisfying pricks, no glorious scratches to look forward to. His skin, strangely, felt empty, too clean, too devoid of sensation. He looked at the now vast empty bed frame, then at the enormous inert mattress being dragged clumsily across the royal bedchamber floor, leaving a faint, ghost-like trail of dust. A profound, chilling silence fell over the room once the mattress was gone. The king stretched a hand, absent-mindedly, to scratch a familiar spot on his neck. There was no prick, no itch, nothing. His skin felt unnervingly smooth, utterly sensationless. The relief he had so desperately craved, the complete absence of irritation, was here, and it was terrifying. He had in his rage banished the source of his torment, but he had also banished the source of his sleep, the very mechanism that had, however inconveniently, allowed him rest. He was left with the bone-deep cold, the lingering ache of a single, unsatisfying bite, and the chilling emptiness of a bed that was now truly, utterly barren. And in that barrenness, a new, far more profound torment began. That night, King Theobald lay in his now pristine, bed-bug-free bed. He pulled the heavy duvets up to his chin, shivering. The cold was still there, amplified by the absence of the bustling, if unseen, life within the mattress. And the itching was gone. Completely, utterly gone. There was no prick, no irritation, no signal for his body to focus upon. His skin felt numb, sensationless. His mind, deprived of the accustomed, if irritating, distraction, began to race. It gnawed at every worry, every diplomatic crisis, every detail of the Duke of Roderick's demands, every accusation among his staff. There was nothing to interrupt the relentless churn of his thoughts, nothing to lull him into the familiar, scratch-induced oblivion. He tossed and turned, not from itching, but from an overwhelming internal restlessness, a profound absence of comfort. He craved a prick, any prick, just a single, satisfying itch to anchor his mind, to distract him into sleep. But there was nothing, only the cold silence and the relentless, unceasing clamor of his own thoughts. The court, meanwhile, remained utterly baffled. The king, having successfully rid his bed of the vermin, was now more sleepless than ever. He would appear each morning, even more haggard than during the great itch strike, his eyes wild with a new kind of terror. He would complain, not of itching, but of a profound, unnatural emptiness in his bed. A chilling sensation of being too clean, too untroubled, too entirely devoid of life. Lord Valerius, exhausted and bewildered, tried to explain it away as a post-extermination shock, but even he harbored a growing unease. The diplomatic crisis with Duke Roderick escalated, now complicated by the fact that the culprit bed was gone. The palace staff, no longer targeted by bedbug bites, now simply continued their internal squabbles, their extreme hygiene efforts becoming a pointless, ritualized act, their resentment shifting from the bedbugs to the king himself, who still seemed unable to find peace despite their effort. The royal bedbug union, now dispersed throughout the unseen nooks and crannies of the palace, shivered in the cold, their bodies aching. They were hungry, many of them, but they were alive. They had abandoned their home, but they had also demonstrated, with devastating clarity, the true, indispensable nature of their service. Their king, in his vast unknowing way, was left with exactly what he claimed to want, a bed entirely free of them. And in doing so he had condemned himself to a true, profound, and utterly unmitigated sleeplessness, a torment far worse than any they had previously inflicted. For the king, the final straw had been pulled, and the consequences, as always, were entirely unforeseen, leaving behind a baffled court, a sleepless monarch, and the chilling silence of a bed that was truly, utterly, and irrevocably itch-free. 20. Legacy of the Littlest Union. The winter, a relentless, unforgiving tyrant, had finally begun to loosen its icy grip on King Theobald's palace, yielding grudgingly to the tentative breath of early spring. Yet, within the royal bedchamber, a deeper, more profound chill persisted, one that no seasonal shift could banish. King Theobald, no longer plagued by the phantom itch, nor vexed by the deliberate chill of a cold strike, lay in a bed that was, to his overwhelming despair, utterly, profoundly, and irrevocably itch-free. It was a barren landscape of linen and horsehair, devoid of the slightest prick, the smallest irritation, the most fleeting and satisfying of itches. He slept no more. His nights were an endless, silent torment of racing thoughts, of anxieties magnified by the absence of distraction, of a vast, terrifying emptiness that his mind, accustomed to constant low-level irritation, could not fill. He craved a bite, any bite, a single glorious sting to anchor his consciousness, to lull him back into the familiar, if peculiar, embrace of sleep. But there was nothing. Only the cold, the silence, and the relentless, unceasing clamor of his own unmoored thoughts. He would rise each morning, not with a roar of frustration, but with a defeated whimper, his eyes sunken even deeper into their purple hollows, his face a ghostly pallor that spoke of true, unmitigated sleeplessness. He moved through his days like a specter, his decrees even more contradictory than before, his attention span measured in heartbeats. Lord Valerius, his own health now in precarious decline from the sheer mental strain of serving a mad, sleepless king and managing the lingering diplomatic fallout from Duke Roderick, who had since declared a trade embargo demanding compensation in the form of every ununionized bedbug within the kingdom, had taken to whispering to himself in the corridor. He now openly spoke of the king's unnatural cleanliness and the hollow silence of his bed, a stark, terrifying emptiness that defied all logic and remedy. He understood in his bones that the bedbugs had won, not by taking, but by leaving. The palace staff, meanwhile, found themselves in a strange new equilibrium. The internal squabbles that had festered among Agnes, Martha, Lisbeth, and Gareth had, somewhat unexpectedly, subsided. The targeted retaliatory bites from the bedbugs had, with the exodus, ceased entirely. Agnes, her skin finally free of the maddening welts, found her broom once again a tool of purpose, sweeping dust from floors that no longer held the threat of a cunning, hidden enemy. Yet a new, unspoken awareness had settled upon her. She had seen the king's torment, understood its source, and realized with a profound, almost terrifying clarity that the bedbugs, for all their tiny stature, had wielded a power beyond human comprehension. She still swept, but now a faint, almost reverent caution entered her movements when she approached the empty bed frame. She would never again dismiss the unseen. Old Martha, the cook, now enjoyed her guaranteed day of rest, though her dreams were occasionally troubled by the image of the king, gaunt and shivering, begging for a single satisfying itch. She knew now that comfort was a complex thing, often dependent on the very irritations one sought to banish. Young Tom, the potboy, no longer scratched incessantly, but he would occasionally eye a particularly clean corner of the kitchen with a strange contemplative gaze, wondering where the little allies had gone, and what their absence truly meant for the vast, stone-cold world of the palace. The human staff, having won their own battles, now lived with the subtle, enduring knowledge that even the smallest, most despised creatures could hold unimaginable sway over the lives of giants. They understood, in a quiet, grudging way, that their initial triumph over the bedbugs had ironically delivered their king to a far worse torment. Deep within the ancient, cold stone walls of the palace, the royal Bedbunion had found a new, if more Spartan, existence. Their exodus had been a triumph of coordinated survival, a testament to Barnaby's foresight and Reginald's meticulous planning. The winter had been harsh, claiming many of the weaker nymphs, but the core of the Union, resilient and hardened by their ordeal, had adapted. They had scattered into the unseen labyrinth of the palace's internal structure. The narrow crevices between stone blocks, the dust-choked spaces behind tapestries in disused wings, the long-forgotten cavities within crumbling plaster. These places were cold, yes, and often far from a consistent host, but they offered something else. True, unassailable sanctuary from broom or boil. Barnaby, his body leaner, his movements slower in the chill, found himself sharing a vast draughty crevice behind a cracked section of plaster in a disused banquet hall. It was a far cry from the plush, warm confines of the king's mattress, but it was safe. They would make cautious, strategic forays, usually at night, into the beds of lesser nobles, or occasionally with extreme stealth, into the more common, less attended beds of the palace guards, or even the stable hands, whose blood, while less regal, was abundant and uncomplicated by royal perfumes. They were, in essence, becoming a mobile, self-sufficient force, no longer dependent on a single unpredictable monarch. Pippa, ever the adventurer, took to living in the folds of the heavy, moth-eaten curtains, in the abandoned queen's private parlor, a place so infrequently visited that it offered undisturbed rest. She found the blood of the occasional visiting courtier, or the rare forgetful page, to be satisfactory, if less consistent. She still yearned for the consistent warmth of the king's mattress, but the freedom from arbitrary cleansing and the absence of the terrifying Agnes was a fair trade. She often reflected on the king's current sleeplessness, a grim smile on her mandibles. He thought he wanted to be rid of us, she would click to herself, but he merely found a new, more profound form of torment. Ignorance, she mused, truly was bliss, especially for kings. Reginald, ever the archivist, began to meticulously document their new life. He charted migration routes, identified new, stable food sources within the broader palace ecosystem, and meticulously recorded the successes and failures of their smaller, more dispersed colonies. He noted that their populations, while no longer growing with the explosive speed of the protected zones, were stable, resilient, and most importantly, free. The Union, no longer confined to a single mattress, had become a widespread interconnected network of self-governing bed-bug communities, each adapting to its new, less luxurious, but far more autonomous environment. They had traded comfort for freedom, luxury for dignity, and in doing so had secured their future. The story of King Theobald's bed, of the maddening itch that had driven him to the brink of war, and of his subsequent profound sleeplessness, became a legend whispered throughout the kingdoms. It traveled not through official diplomatic channels, for no monarch wished to admit to such a preposterous affliction, but through the illicit, hushed networks of servants, merchants, and itinerant troubadours. A laundress, visiting a cousin in a neighboring duchy, would tell of King Theobald's constant scratching, and then, inexplicably, his profound inability to sleep after his bed was purified. A stable hand, sharing a pint in a village inn, would recount the king's mad ravings about tiny artists and treaties with vermin. Lord Valerius, in a moment of extreme inebriation at a foreign court, once let slip a rambling, disjointed tale of intelligent irritants and negotiated repose, earning him pitying glances and the reputation of being a brilliant, if eccentric, courtier driven mad by a particular strain of palace fever. And the whispers grew. They say King Theobald couldn't sleep a wink after he banished the helpers from his bed. One scullery maid would tell another in the Duke of Orlag's castle. Seems they give him the good kind of itch, the one that makes you sleepy, the other would respond, a knowing glint in her eye. The tale, distorted by human ears and human minds, evolved from a peculiar affliction into a cautionary fable, then, for some, into a strange, inspiring legend. In the deep, dark crevices of other royal mattresses, miles away, a faint, almost imperceptible stirring began. Bedbugs, suffering under the familiar tyrannies of inconsistent feeding, sudden movements, and ruthless cleaning, heard the echoes of these whispered human tales, interpreted through their own complex pheromonal network. The story of King Theobald's empty bed, of his profound, unmitigated sleeplessness, resonated with a new, potent meaning. It was a lesson. Their unseen labor was not insignificant. Their comfort was not a mere indulgence, but a strategic necessity for their hosts. Whispers began to spread, translated into faint clicks and scrapes, of a treaty of the mattress from a distant legendary land, of designated feeding windows, of safe zones, of scent-neutral linens, and of sanctuary seams. The idea, once confined to Barnaby's audacious mind, began to take root in the collective consciousness of bedbug populations across kingdoms. They started to observe their own monarchs more closely, to gauge their sleep patterns, to assess their own leverage. Perhaps these new burgeoning unions, mused, a little cold service reduction could go a long way. Perhaps a few well-placed, subtle, thread-woven messages could prompt a king to listen. Perhaps if a monarch truly valued his rest, he would learn to negotiate, just as King Theobald, in his profound, unwitting way, had been forced to do. And so, years later, while King Theobald continued his endless, silent vigil in his pristine, itch-free bed, forever haunted by the absence of his former tenants, the legacy of the Littlest Union lived on. Not in grand scrolls or golden statues, but in the quiet, methodical clicks deep within mattresses across the land, in the subtle shifts of power between the unseen and the oblivious, and in the enduring whispered legend of what happened when the royal bedbugs formed a union. The world, it seemed, was a far more interconnected, and a far itchier place than any monarch could ever imagine.